I'm behind. What a shocker. And I forgot to silence the phone. And I forgot to forward it. Oh, it is silence. That's the good part. And I forgot to silence the phone. And I forgot to forward it. Okay. I think I tried to shove in too much stuff, George. Cons 2, 267, 227. I have to do it twice. Here comes the unsharing bits. This is going to take a little while. Volume down. Copy link. Hang in there, everybody. It's going to be okay. It's like I've done this before. What we're doing now, Amy, is I'm sharing the program out to all of the various places that we share it. We hope. A little slowly. I think we're fighting bandwidth because Kristen's on call too.
That's my problem.
Well, my much better half is downstairs on a work Zoom. She's hogging a bit of the bandwidth. So it's sharing is taking a little bit. We might be a couple minutes behind. My guess is the only place that's close in its lack of bandwidth compared to West Virginia is probably Pennsylvania. We're in a Lehigh Valley with about 800,000 people in the internet. It's damn expensive, but that doesn't mean it works.
Yeah, the same here. We're bound to Xfinity here.
We only have 3 choices here. The 2 cable companies and Verizon, and that's it.
Yeah, Verizon's Frontier here, and it gets awful reviews. But I mean, considering the fact that I have relatives who still have dial-up, you know, like broadband is not, it's a privilege here.
Are you going to be able to turn the camera on, or do you think you're going to kill your bandwidth if you do that?
I tried it earlier today. I went to my own Zoom link to try it, and it was all sketchy, and my sound was all whacked out. So it's raining. I was afraid that would happen when I saw the forecast. That doesn't help.
Are you getting regular rain?
Yeah, we hit the 40s today.
Because we got freezing rain earlier.
We had snow. We got about 2 inches of snow Thursday night. This morning it was all black ice because it had frozen, but there's not much of the white stuff left.
Damn socialist government. You don't want them taking care of the roads.
That's right.
Get out
Hell,
there.
we don't even want roads in West Virginia.
Okay, just hang in. I know we are gonna be a touch late, and I'm getting there as quick as I can. So we're gonna be just a tad late. It's okay. I think I'm telling myself just as much as anything else. No, it's good. Oh, it's one. We are getting there. Just taking a little while. I have shared it to your personal page as well. Okay, here we go. Now we're going to get oops. My goodness, I'm in a lot of groups. That's a good thing. All right. Okay. We got it. Okay. Here. Oh, goodness. Goodness me. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
And young enough to do.
well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
But it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight.
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view.
Well, it's up to you, it's up to you.
It's strictly up to you.
'Cause it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me.
Kennedy, Kennedy, Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you.
It's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me.
Kennedy, Kennedy, Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and a change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Welcome, 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 welcome back, and welcome home. This is the Kennedy Effect Live for the 9th of January, 2021. Our first live program of 2022, because I just said 2021, didn't I? Yep. If you had that one on the bingo card that I would do that within the first 15 seconds, you win. Because I did it. I said last year. I haven't even written it. I have not even written 2021. But gosh, I said it. Shouldn't we be like really excited to get the hell out of 2021? And yet I seem to have buried myself in it. Anyway, welcome from my humble second bedroom here in Bethlehem Landfill Township, now a wholly owned subsidiary of Waste Management, seeing as they purchased our township council. Sure did, kids. They sure did. Here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States, on this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect Live for January 9th, 22. Got it. Only took me 2 tries. We welcome you all back. We welcome you all home. We are thrilled to be with you. Entering our 3rd calendar year, our 3rd full year. Well, we'll finish 3 full years and enter our enter a 4th in no, it would be a 3rd, wouldn't it? He's thinking out loud live on the air. It's always exciting when I do that. Just look for the smoke. It's really quite entertaining. Our 3rd anniversary will be in April, but we have entered our 3rd calendar year. The program began in April of 2020. We went through all the rest of 20, all of 21, and now we have entered 2022. A year that is going to be extremely crucial, extremely important, and very telling to the future, if there even is one, of the American experiment. This is a very, very crucial year. The next 3 election cycles, the midterm, or as I like to call it, congressional election cycle, because I think it should be given the importance that it deserves. The congressional election cycle happening in November. Your local legislative, judicial, if you have them, election cycle in 2023, and of course the congressional and presidential cycle in 2024. We are now on the clock, folks. We have 3 years left to save, not even just restore. I'm not even getting that lofty. We have 3 years left to save the American experiment in this country. Just a fun fact before I introduce my guest. Well, actually, I have nuts and bolts of program to do first. Can you tell I'm a little out of practice? Can you tell I've been away from the equipment for 2 whole weeks? I'm a little out of practice. The routine of the program that is built into my brain seems to have evaporated. Let's get to the business end of the program. Wherever you may be throughout the Facebook universe, we thank you very, very much for being there. We could not do this program without you. We could not be here if you are not there. We shared our show announcement to about 100 places. And I'm going to try to take a very quick peek to see how many places I shared the program to just before we started. 98. So just, and of course, once we add Instagram, YouTube, and LinkedIn, we will, of course, pass the 100 mark. So we have shared the program to over 100 places to start out 2022. That's a very wonderful thing. It's a meaningful thing to every group that we are a part of. And you are the main thrust of where we share the program. We share to about a dozen national outlets, and we share to about 70 something different groups to make up the 100 places that we share the program each week, to every single group. And I will try to name you more, and I should do that. It's the least I could do for you. Just some quick high hitters: the New Deal Democrats, the Progressive Party, the Lehigh Valley Progressive Network, the Lehigh Valley Young Democrats, various Our Revolution groups, Signal Boost, West Philly, Legislative and Policy. There is the George Simpson Group, Buckeyes and Beyond, Progressive Pints. I love Progressive Pints, one of the great names for a group all over Facebook. The Mac Pack. There are different congressional districts. There's an Our Revolution group in Trenton, New Jersey. Just some of the highlights. It doesn't even cover all of you, and it's not fair that I don't have you all memorized, but it's quite a list. We could not be here without you. And we deeply, deeply, deeply appreciate you. I want to begin 2022 the way we began 2021, or the way we ended 2021. I'm going back and forth here. I'm getting everything backward. I'm actually speaking dyslexically at this point. I want to start 2022 the way we ended 2021 with our last show that we talked to you on December 19th, and that is thanking you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We could not be here without you. So to every group that allows us to share the program to you, thank you. We could not be here without you. We need you, and we hope that you will continue to allow us to share the program, that your members will continue to tune in. If you cannot tune in with us live, remember the program on Facebook lives on in a recorded form, wherever it is shared, so you can always catch us. But you can stay where you are and continue to watch the program, listen to the program. If you're having dinner, getting the kids ready for school, whatever it might be, listen to us, enjoy, stay right where you are. If you would like to participate in the live, open, active chat, please come on over to our home group Facebook page, still titled That Other Side of Information. If you are watching on Facebook, you see it right on your screen. George is kind enough to put it there, and we are thrilled to have George back with us after some fun medical issues this week. We'll talk about that later, because many of you have been through it. Nothing serious. He's alive. He's fine. But we'll get to talk about the fun that he went through a bit later in the program. But just wherever you are watching, stay there. Enjoy. It's great. If you want to take part in the chat, if you want to send me comments, questions, agree with me, disagree with me, tell the world how wonderful my guest is, and she is, please come on over to That Other Side of Information. You will see the live program happening right now, pinned to the top of the page. Tap on it. It expands across your screen. That's where the comments section comes in. And we want to hear from you. To our friends and family and sisters and brothers and everyone that is part of the Hot101.net listening world and listening family, thank you again for welcoming us back onto your desktops, your laptops, your tablets, your phones, your Bluetooth, if you're Bluetoothing in your car, your smart headphones, your pods, and of course now America's favorite new game show. See if Jeff can activate Alexa by saying that you can now tell Alexa to play Hot101.net. You, right at home, can now say, hey, Alexa, play Hot101.net. One of these days, I am going to find somebody is going to get me in the comments section and say you turned on my Alexa, and which has a lot of meanings. But for this context, it means you turned on the speaker, and now we listen to you and we like you, and it's going to happen somewhere along the way, and I really look forward to when that happens. It's my new favorite game. It's my new favorite, just childish sort of thing, is that I'm trying to make people's Alexas go off at home. I'm entertaining myself while I'm trying to entertain you. And of course, our family at TCP, the Cultured Professional from Lancaster, their Roku channel, WTCP Global Internet. We welcome you home. Welcome back to the program. 5:15 Eastern Time here in Pennsylvania. Let me get to my guest. I must deeply thank a friend of the program and someone who is rapidly becoming just the friend in general, and that is Patricia. She loves when I use all of Patricia. She always corrects me and says, no, Pat. Nope, we're going Patricia, who has actually connected our program with a couple of really outstanding guests already and continues to do so. And oh, by the way, you can do the same thing. If you have guest suggestions, tell me. Come to the page, find me on Messenger, find me on LinkedIn, TikTok, Instagram. What am I forgetting? What else am I forgetting? Patreon, of course, YouTube. Email the show. If you have guest suggestions, if you have folks that you think would make great guests to this program, let us know. Patricia has been kind enough to do so twice now, and both guests have been here, and one was knocked it out of the park, and so is our guest today. Please allow me to introduce to you Amy Jo Hutchison from the great state of West Virginia. She represents and operates a group called Rattle the Windows. And what Rattle the Windows does is, in a very ineloquent way, I actually made a mistake somewhere along the way explaining who Amy was and that she was going to be joining us this week. Oh, she's a poverty advocate. Ew, that's really bad wording. She doesn't exactly advocate for poverty. She advocates for those in poverty. And what I want to do to talk to Amy tonight is not just talk about poverty in the abstract. And we, of course, will get to her political and social efforts to alleviate and, God willing, eventually end poverty. But I also want to talk about what is real poverty. I think most of us have come to learn the kind of catchphrase, if you will, of deciding between food and prescriptions. That's a real thing. And we want to try to define for you, give you a mental picture, if you will, the mental experiment, the thought experiment of what would it be like if I was in this position. And by the way, folks, many, many more of you are, in fact, in this position than you think you are. Let me say that again. You may not consider yourself to be in poverty, but you very well may be. And we'll get into that as well. If you make $15 an hour at 40 hours a week, that's roughly $30,000 a year. Just under the federal poverty line. Think you might be doing well making 15 because, well, after all, what are we doing across the country? Fighting to raise the minimum wage to $15. If you think you're getting ahead by already making it, No, you're actually still at a poverty wage. Imagine what it must be like trying to live on $7.25, the minimum wage federally and here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So we have so much to talk about around this topic, and we are thrilled to be back with you live. It means the world to us. This is what we do, and we're glad that you're here. If you should ever miss any of the live program, please remember you can find us on Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and of course, our YouTube channel, all of which can be found by searching for That Other Side of Information. Let's get to our guest. Again, our guest is Amy Jo Hutchison. Amy, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you. And thanks, Patricia. I call her Patricia as well.
I called her Patricia, I don't even know how many times during a program. She jumped into the comment section and said, just Pat. Pat is fine. So I continue to do Patricia just to be kind of a nudge, I guess, just to be a little cheeky, I guess. I would also offer for our folks watching on Facebook, if you're at Hot101.net, if you are at WTCP, their global internet outlet, you only get audio anyway. The visual means nothing to you. And believe me, this is a face for radio, as all of you know. But if you are watching on Facebook, Amy is not on camera because I don't think, Amy, I'm being too stereotypical here in saying you're not on camera because, well, West Virginia, and because you just don't have the bandwidth probably to support it. So you're joining us on audio only so far. Do I have that probably right?
Yes, that's absolutely right. I've actually frozen up twice this way. So
Already?
And it's raining. Yeah, and it's
Oh.
raining here, Jeff. So that's not going to help.
Well, we're sorry that you can't be on camera. If the rain should stop, if you decide to change, we can do that on the fly. You're welcome to always click the camera on. But let me just get to the way that we start our program with every guest that is gracious enough to join us. And of course, I can't thank you enough for being willing to join us. We only finally made connection, I think it was Wednesday, and here you are. But let me just start with our very standard, I guess you'd say, although I happen to really love this question because I love its vagueness. And I love to see how people interpret it and what they decide to tell me. Who is Amy Jo Hutchison, and how did you get here?
Oh, I'm always awkward talking about myself, first of all. So that's a big part of who Amy Jo Hutchison is. I am an economic justice organizer. I organize with poor and marginalized folks across the state of West Virginia in an effort to push back against harmful policies that greatly affect those living in poverty. And create situations where the poverty can be increased, believe it or not, and made it a little harder. I came here. Do you want the long version or the short version?
I want you to tell me what you want people to know. I ask that question to every guest. It is very, very intentionally vague. I've told the story before that some folks will answer with a biography, some will answer with a bit of a personal story. And I did have one guest actually completely miss the point and say, I'm here because you asked me to be here, which kind of missed it. But and I never name who did that because it's not, they didn't do it purposefully. But I intentionally ask a vague question because I want you tell me what you want to tell me. Who are you? How did you get here?
Yeah, so I'm going to start back. I have two teenagers now. One's 17, one's 14. So I'm going to take you back about, I'd say at least 8 years ago. My children's elementary school was the only school, still is the only elementary school in the state that has a swimming pool. And at the time we lived in town, we lived in one of the lowest income, highest need communities in my city. And the only thing for the kids to do in the summer was to go to the city pool. And so I knew what a gift that pool and that inside that school was to our kiddos in the community. It was life-saving, right? It taught them how to swim. And I caught word that the Board of Education had made the decision, without consulting any of the parents, because that's the way authority works, right? But they had decided that they were going to tear the pool down and transform that space into a community garden. And so it angered me. And before this, I was a single mom living in poverty, working a couple of jobs, just trying to get through the day to day. And so I'd never become, first of all, Jeff, I'm 50. So talking politics when I was growing up, that was never something that we really did. I wasn't raised to sit around the dinner table and have a conversation about politics, right? And so it was never something that I was involved in. And so as the PTO president, I was a parent teacher organization president. I spent a Saturday in my house sending emails to every elected official I could think of and find on Google, from our city council to representatives in DC, and asked them to help us find grant money to help repair this pool to keep it from being torn down. And what happened was one of our congressional leaders turned that over to the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education contacted us. Long story short, I walked through hellfire with the local Board of Education, but the school was eventually awarded $4.6 million for renovations, and the pool was a big part of that. And so I had this I was scared. There was one point in time, I actually became ill because the stress and the anxiety was so high. It's hard for marginalized folks to push back against power. The risk is typically a little higher when you're a marginalized person to push back on authority. But that was my first real experience with what can happen when people just speak up. And so jump ahead a couple of years, a grassroots organization came to a training. I was an early Head Start teacher at the time. And an organizer came to the training and started talking to us about how there was this new organization in the state. They were rallying poor folks, people with the experience of poverty. They were going to push back against laws. They had a legislative platform. And I'm like, what is this? I mean, it felt really radical to me because it was something that I'd never heard of. I didn't know that there were people out there labeled as organizers. Like, all of this was so foreign and abstract to me. We had coffee one day, that woman and I could take you to the coffee shop and sit you at the same table, where she looked at me and she said, never say never, because, you never know where you're going to end up. And so skip ahead 4 years, and I had her position sitting in the same coffee shop at the same table, saying the same thing to affected folks. Don't ever count yourself out. You never know where you're going to end up. And so that's how my organizing started. I was hired to do a job that previously I never even knew existed. And from there, it's just, it just keeps leveling up, I guess. I testified in front of Congress back in 2020. In February 2020, that video went a little viral. It garnered a little bit of attention. And since then I've been able to use with that comes privilege, right? A new form of privilege. And so with that, I've really been able to elevate the story and the truth about what it's like out here, and to help empower more folks in my situation, my circumstances, to really start organizing and speaking their truth to power, in a hopes that, we're going to be talked to and not about all the time, I guess is the best way to put that.
Is there I could probably ask you this question and probably take the rest of the program, and that would be fine, because this is a real crash course. I mean, our program might be 4 hours long, but this is a bit of a crash course in poverty. I think real, genuine, abject poverty is something that most of us think we understand, but I'm not sure that we do, because we don't live it. We have returned in this country to an era that I would say is not terribly dissimilar in places like West Virginia and the deep South, especially the inland South, not the coastal areas of Mississippi or Alabama or Florida, Georgia, Texas, but the inland sections where we've actually regressed. We have folks who don't have power, don't have running water, and can't afford it. Are not getting their kids to school on a regular basis because those kids can't afford to go or can't be clean enough to go or can't see a doctor to go. Is there any, the United Nations, by the way, now monitors the situation of poverty and wealth inequality in this country. Something that as Americans, we thought was just something that happened in other countries.
Yeah.
The United Nations now watches us as a depraved country that we do not take care of our own citizens. Is there any way, when you go around and visit individuals, government officials, other groups, maybe even, I know they might even care the least, chambers of commerce, to explain what real abject poverty is?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of interesting. I had a conversation with my oldest child last night. She's preparing to go to college, and we had a conversation about. I guess I was trying to use my experience of going to school and dropping out. To try, like, I want better for you. I want you to use my mistakes and I want you to use my wisdom so you don't have the same fate. And one of the things that came up was that abject poverty. And I don't even know if I've ever experienced abject poverty. I've always been very fortunate. I call it blessed because I have always had a roof over my head. We lived in an apartment upstairs from my mother. Wasn't necessarily the best house. Like I said, we lived in the impoverished ghetto part, lack of a better word. I lived there for 20 some years, and but housing was something that I never had to worry about. So I don't even know if I would qualify my experience as abject. I've always lived where, I've always lived where
I love it. Don't worry. I love it when a dog.
Sorry.
I love it.
That's real life, right?
We're doing all this from home. It's not a,
Yes.
it's not a thing to me. We're doing all this
Yes.
from home.
I'm surprised I've made it this long, to be honest. But I've always lived in a like urban setting where the resources were available and there was public transportation, although shoddy, and it didn't run past 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. But if I needed it, it was there. And so I've been several times in my life where I literally didn't have a penny to my name, but I still don't know if I consider myself to ever having experienced abject poverty where, I think a lot of that was because of where I lived geographically and just the fact that I had access to services and access to resources, where people maybe 3 miles here. The thing about West Virginia is you can be in town in the city and you could travel a mile or two and all of a sudden you're in a rural place where there are no stores, there's no public transportation. And so I really think that
Will you tap the mute?
city.
You muted yourself there briefly.
Oh, somebody called me. Sorry.
They're calling you. They're calling you to say, "Hey, Amy, did you know you were on the radio?"
It was just cool. Reminded me tomorrow's the next semester, I'm sure. But I think just because of where I was geographically, that made all the difference in my life, to be honest with you. Now, I've run across folks who still have dirt floors. Like you said, there are people who don't have indoor plumbing, and not only is that a lack of financial resources, but it's just a matter of the geography.
Well, you muted yourself again.
Yeah, my dogs were running crazy laps through the kitchen.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so now I even forget what the original question was. I'm going into the weeds.
No, just
head.
is there a well, look, when you're meeting people or when you are beginning a lobbying trip, you have to introduce yourself. You have to introduce what it is that you're there to discuss. And at the risk of labeling it as some type of Cliff Notes version, and this is a topic that is so far beyond Cliff Notes to short circuit it. But how do you describe to people who wouldn't know any better? We had fun kidding, you and I, talking in the background before the program about what good friends you are with Senator Manchin. How do you if you have Senator Manchin in front of you, or Governor Justice, or Governor Senator Capanow, how do you, and they look at you and they say, Amy, tell me, what is it? What is abject poverty? Tell me about it. What does it mean? Give me an illustration of it. Do you have a set sort of statements or facts or figures or something to really try to illustrate the depth of this problem and what it really is like to like when I said in the introduction, we've made kind of a bumper sticker of choosing between food and medicines. And while that's happening all across the country, it's almost a little cute, if that's the right term, if you understand what I mean. Do you have a story, a set of statistics, something that really illustrates, really hits people dead square between the eyes to say, this is what poverty really is?
We're usually armed with statistics. Some of our partners, they do a great job of providing all that stuff. But I'm going to tell you, one of the biggest challenges is we have to break through stereotypes. And, with the recent news that's hit the airwaves, West Virginians are lazy. They want entitlements. They're addicted to drugs. They're going to take, use paid leave to take the day off to go hunting. Like, just all of these crass stereotypes. And this, these are things that are being lifted up by one of our senators, right? Like, these aren't just everyday people saying this stuff. But one of the hardest parts is the fact that in this country, for some reason, we treat poverty like it was God created, right? Like God said, hey, let there be poor people. And, first of all, we need to stop doing that, because man created poverty. And then the second part of that is there is this huge assumption that people live in poverty, and poverty is a character defect rather than a circumstance, and that's the hardest thing, is to be able to get through just that judgment. And I think that's probably one of the biggest reasons why it's so hard to get affected folks to step up and speak to power, is because we know the stuff that they're saying about us, right? And on a big level. And so when you go and speak to anyone in a position of authority, you have to put your vulnerabilities out there and just pray that it has the right outcome, or that, or at least you're not walking out of there with things worse than they were when you walked in, And so one of the hardest parts of my job is to just get everyone in the space where they can stop judging people. People aren't in poverty. They don't stay in poverty because of bad choices that they make. Like, when here in West Virginia, there's a lot of talk about generational poverty. That's not because people are making bad choices, right? We're not making quote unquote poor decisions. And so that's one of the biggest struggles that I run across. Like, we've actually had lawmakers tell us, don't dress too nice because they're not going to think you're poor, and so we're even being told how to dress and how to speak. And, like, we have to be spit polished. That's the general,
You have
take
to
that
be,
people have.
you have to be poor but spit polished. Let's
Right,
think about that for a sec. Let's think about that for a sec.
And you have to be poor and middle class at the same time, right? I mean, that's what it boils down to, is that, so that's one of the biggest struggles, I'm telling you. I mean, even plus the misinformation, and it's so easy for us to say, oh, well, I'm going to give you a perfect example. So I designed a workshop a couple of years ago and it's specifically geared toward people who work around poverty or touch people in poverty, but may not have had that. It may or may not have had that experience themselves. And I will say that poverty is not something that you'll ever understand by reading about it in a textbook, because it's too vague and there are too many missing pieces. And if you learn about poverty in a textbook, there's no humanity there, right? And so that's what we have to change. We have to make folks realize that these are human beings that we're talking about, you know, that have a lack of resources for the most part. But in the workshop, everyone had a character sketch, and there was a woman whom I named Priscilla, and Priscilla's kids were sick and vomiting and throwing up, and so she went to the grocery store and she bought popsicles because she knew that her sick kid might not drink water, but they'd probably eat a popsicle, right? She wanted to hydrate them. And when she's in line and she pays for those popsicles with an EBT card, the woman behind her makes a comment about, oh, it must be nice to buy junk food with that. You know, where's your steak and shrimp? And Priscilla turns around and flips the woman off and walks out of the store. And Priscilla cries all the way home, right? Well, the catch to that story about Priscilla is that was Amy Jo. You know, so these are the things that we deal with all the time. People assume that, first of all, that you're living the best life out here receiving assistance. And I'm going to tell you, I don't know anyone that's out here living their best life if they're receiving safety net assistance. But then we hear things like, get off your butts and get late, quit having kids you can't afford. That's the one that always just, that one angers me faster than anything else anyone could say to me. That's my trigger. And the other thing is, oh, well, you're using a food stamp card, but you go out and you get into a new car and you have your nails done and you're using an iPhone. And what that is, Jeff, is just ignorance to the way the systems are designed to work. You know, like it's proven time and time again, poor people have higher interest rates. You go to the car dealership to get a car and you have to get a loan that has an unbelievable monthly note attached to it, right? So, but people are out here looking and they're seeing me driving around in a 2013 car and they're going to make a comment about, oh, how that must be nice. Well, it's really not nice because I'm paying almost $400 a month for a car that's 9 years old, but because that's the way the system is designed to work. And so, I think
let me ask you a backward question though, because you just triggered something off in my brain. It's related kind of to what we're saying, but not yet really. We've grown quite a predilection in this country for the other, making large swaths of our population, of our friends, our neighbors, our communities, our society is labeled as the other. Why are the folks that are willing to have a go at you for driving a 9-year-old car, but yet having a go at you as if somehow that's brand new? See, the way you presented that was not just, okay, you're on a form of assistance and you have a 9-year-old car. Look at you. Look how fancy you are. Why? Because yours is 12 years old? Because having a 9-year-old car is really a status symbol in West Virginia or in Pennsylvania or in Alabama or Mississippi or Arkansas, that, wow, you must really be wealthy because yours is only single-digit number of years old. The sarcasm and the acceptance to me that is in that statement and in that question, and the willingness of folks to accept the station in life that they have been put into. Because you mentioned this earlier too, this abject poverty in this country is not a happenstance. It's not an accident.
No.
It's a bloody choice. Except
Absolutely.
the people in poverty have not made that choice. That choice has been made for them.
Absolutely.
Is that something, I mean, do you get that a lot? Because it seems to me as hurtful as the criticisms are, the fact that you think a 9-year-old car is pretty rich and fancy says a hell of a lot more about you.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
does
the
any of that
part-
make sense?
Well, the part of it that really makes me laugh when people say stuff like that was the car before that one had the windows duct taped shut, and we had, that's how, in the winter, so the snow wouldn't get in, and then we take the duct tape off in the spring and the summer when the weather was starting to warm up, right? I mean, so finally we beat that car to where it wouldn't go anymore, and we didn't have a choice, but to go and buy a car, But then again, it was a struggle for me in that point, that point in my life in that season. To even come up, I had to have a $1,500 down payment. And Jeff, that's the other part of this is that people don't understand, unless you've done it, what living paycheck to paycheck means. It's like budgeting in pizza nights, right? And hoping that you're able to afford pizza night. It's just trying to cover your daily expenses, the sacrifices that we make out here. One of my biggest things about folks living in poverty who have children is we keep forgetting that, and I said this in my testimony. It's been fresh in my mind lately because of the child tax credit stuff. But a child's not going to escape poverty if they're relying on a head of household who's poor. That's just, it's not going to happen. Because they're being raised in a house that's controlled by poverty. And so whenever we start to have these real conversations with folks, like there's such a stigma to being poor and to being the working poor. I know folks now who have lost their jobs, because of whatever reason, because of layoffs or because of an injury. And they're really struggling. And I'm like, why don't you go apply for SNAP? Oh, no, we could never do that. And I'm like, why could you never do that? Well, because I'm not going to be one of those people to live off the system. Y'all, your kids are hungry. You're skipping meals so your kids can eat. That's what the safety net is supposed to do. The safety net is supposed to catch people. But what's happened is the safety net has become this, the example I use is the old Indiana Jones movies. You know how they'd have those nets set out on the ground? You walk past them and it'd snag you up by the feet and hang you from a tree upside down. I'm like, that's what the safety net does to folks. Like, it is so hard to work yourself off the safety net and out of poverty because of the choices that people are forced to make in order for their families to really survive. We're talking about Christmas bonus for $200, and when you're getting $185 in food stamps a month, but your review happens to fall out the same month as that Christmas bonus, and so you have to claim that $200, and it kicks you off the SNAP rolls. So you don't get food stamps, and it takes you approximately 60 to 90 days to get back into that cycle where you can go and have your SNAP renewed. But just because you receive a one-time Christmas bonus, like the system is so. Let's think about all the systems, Jeff, and how punitive they are. Like even whenever it comes to, one of my big things is nowadays, especially because of COVID. Remote learning, right, where everyone has an electronic device that their children are using. Well, I know it's very common for kids to be punished because they come to school without that thing charged, and so they get a demerit or they get a whatever note, or mark. And I'm like, stop doing that, because first of all, you don't know the situation. Did they have electricity that weekend, or did the electric turnoff come between pays? Will they not have power back in their house until tonight because you can't pay and have that stuff turned on the weekends, And so I'm like, we have got to stop punishing people on the assumption that we all have the same, we're all at the same starting place. Like poverty is automatically equated with neglect. That's not true. I've had conversations with folks like, well, such and such has worn the same clothes to class for 3 days in a row. And so, we give him a change of clothes and we wash his clothes. Well, why do you do that? That's a nice gesture, right? It's very charitable of you, but have you gone to speak to his family? Do they have a washing machine? Because in that section of town, I lived there for 20 some years, there's not a laundromat. When you take the public bus, you can only take on the bus what you can carry in your hands. So you're not going to get a week's worth of laundry done for a family of 4 and ride the public bus. Plus the laundromat is expensive. So have you had a conversation with this family as to why he's wearing the same clothes all the time? Maybe that is something that we need to start doing. And I think it all comes down to relationships, but there is such a punitive divide in all of these systems between families and whatever power, authority they're speaking to, that trust is missing and if you don't have trust, you're never going to be able to build a relationship that's going to be open and honest and real. So what happens is we have like this little standoff where we have all these punishments in place for things that we just don't understand because we've never taken the time to have conversations to even begin to understand them. I personally don't feel like any parent ever wakes up in the morning and says, today is going to be the day I jack up my kid's life. I think that we're made with circumstances, and I think that most of us do the best we can in whatever moment we're in. And so, here in West Virginia, if you want to reduce child abuse and neglect, let's reduce poverty. If you want to reduce the drug addiction, let's reduce poverty. If you want to reduce the school prison pipeline crime, right, let's reduce poverty. If you want to increase the education, let's reduce poverty. And if not, then we have got to start demanding that our government, now you're going to be preaching.
That's why you're here.
But we have to start demanding that our government provide us with an infrastructure of care. Like I'm so tired of hearing this, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. And, whenever Manchin came out and said he wasn't going to support the Build Back Better package, I'm like, that dude just stole our bootstraps. So now what's the line going to be?
After he makes his senatorial salary, speaking fees, whatever royalties from the books he's written, and oh, by the way, pocketed not a billion. Right, let me change that. I got that wrong. $500,000, $500,000 from the coal company that is in a wink, 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 blind trust that his son runs.
Yeah. And I mean, and part of my congressional testimony.
He is, in fact, one of the richest people in West Virginia.
Yes. And if you go to Senate.gov, it'll show you back in 2020, they were getting $40,000 a year for office furniture, Jeff. That's like just a tad bit less than the federal poverty guideline for a family of 7. That's gross neglect, in my opinion.
When the median income in West Virginia, I want to say, is in the $24,000 range.
I think it's like 45, 46.
Median income?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I was way off on that. Thank you for correcting me. I was way off there.
Yeah.
But it is the 47th poorest state in the union.
Absolutely. And we have one of the highest child poverty rates.
Mm-hmm. And opiate addiction rates. And
and it's all intersectional. And for the government to pretend like that stuff's not related is asinine. For anyone who considers themselves an advocate for any marginalized class, we have got to start pointing out that all this stuff is related. I was asked to go and give a talk a couple of years ago about childcare. I was starting to organize around childcare, and this man approached me from the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia, and which is where a lot of people live if they want to commute to DC to work because it's cheaper, but it's still within distance, right? Right. But he said that they were all having a town meeting about something else, and someone pointed out the high poverty rate and the high unemployment rate. And he said, we started looking into that and we realized we didn't have any childcare. Well, so I went and I pulled up the 2010 census and I was like, man, in this one little community, y'all have over 1,000 households pegged as unmarried moms. So you have not one childcare option in that entire county. What exactly do you expect those women to do? It's not rocket science to figure out why the unemployment rates and the poverty rates are so high. It's because there's no foundation there for people to be able to build themselves up and get out of this mess. And when I say this mess, I mean poverty, and I mean, I think poverty is like, it's a real tenacious dance because, even myself, when my kids were younger, depending on the job, depending on, what season we were in, like my kids would flip back and forth between Medicaid and CHIP. It's like a fine line between being able to at least be somewhat self-sustaining and being able to not, to barely keep your head above water, and those are the things that people don't understand. Like, especially when it comes to this working poor class. First of all, why is there such a thing as the working poor? What the hell does that mean, Jeff? And then how did we get there? That's
We
the
got here
folks
by choice,
absolutely. And
which I know we're going to get to, but we got here by choice. We did not get here by accident.
no,
The top
no.
1%, the corporations, the Republicans, the so-called conservatives, the corporatists, the fascists decided this is what we were going to do to this country. Remember, folks, I say it every week here, when asked in 1980, why Ronald Reagan? Why are you running for president? Because I want to destroy what's left of the New Deal. We are in a second Gilded Age. The wealth disparity in this country is worse now than it was before the Republican Great Depression. The labor participation rate is lower than it was before the Republican Great Depression. Student debt is now approaching $2 trillion. But we gave an $8.5 trillion tax cut to corporations in the top 1% in 2017. This is a choice. This is a choice. I know we begin to say these things like it's some type of joke or some flippant comment, but this is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah.
The United States, Amy, the people she advocates for, including herself, as she has been obvious to tell us, we're not asking for things any different than the rest of the so-called first world nations have. The rest of the OECD nations, we're not asking for anything different. We're asking for the same things that, again, the so-called first world nations already provide. Even in Great Britain, that has been dominated by conservative politicians since Thatcher, not exclusively, but pretty well dominated by, and even the Labour government has drifted toward the right and toward conservatism. They still have a national health service. They still have unemployment. They feed everyone. They pay for schools. They pay for university. We're not asking for anything different than these first world nations have. We're the only nation that does to our population what we put upon them, because a small handful of billionaires don't want to pay taxes. It's not any more difficult than that. Trust me. I'm asking you to trust me. If you really think of it, if you really look deeply into it, it boils down to the fact that billionaires don't want to pay taxes. So the rest of us can go die. Period. It's cheaper. Just go die. Starve, don't have a home, get sick, die. We'll make more that look just like you. We'll find somebody else. Why does Amazon employ the number of people that they do? The average Amazon worker lasts about 8 to 9 months, and then they just find somebody else, because we're all so desperate, because we now think $15 is a living wage. It is not. In real dollars, in real inflation adjusted dollars, and not just the recent bout of inflation. And I'll do another program on that, because that's nothing but corporate profit extraction. It's not real inflation, but just adjusted inflation adjusted dollars from the implementation of the first minimum wage. The minimum wage should be well over $20. Should be pushing $30. So not only is it not that, we can't even get to 15, and the 15 buys about what $6 paid for in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. This is intentional. It's intentional.
Well, Jeff, one of the things, one of the pushbacks is, we don't want to subsidize families' incomes. And the fact of the matter is that some of these huge corporations have written into the work plans that their employees will be subsidized by safety net programs. I mean, so if we really start looking at the root cause of this, and the Poor People's Campaign has been resurrected, and one of the things that Dr. Barber speaks about a lot is to stop punishing the poor and start stop blaming the poor and start blaming the systems that keep them that way. And I think that's part of any anti-poverty advocates activist job, is to just to start pointing out the stuff that you're pointing out, and to try to just put a face to all these statistics too. I think maybe that's one of my most important roles. If you have one in 6 kids using food stamps, and let's put 6 kids in a room, which one of those children doesn't deserve to eat? How do you decide that?
Amy, from as late
ahead.
as September 2021, the most recent numbers I've been able to find, because I wanted to correct myself. I hate when I get stuff way off. I think we're both sort of right. The median household income, and I've got from 2019, which seems to be the most recent numbers I can quickly do a search for here, is just a hair over 46,000. That's a household.
Yes.
In other words, a family. The individual median income from that same time period, 2019, seems to be the most recent that I can find, is only 25,000.
Yeah, that feels right. I mean, my lived experience, the bulk of my lived experience is single parenting. And so most of the people I organize with are single moms. We have single moms out here with bachelor's degrees making $15,000 a year, with a bachelor's degree in West Virginia, and so for, if that were to hit the social media, the comments would start, oh, what's your degree in basket weaving or gender studies, or, dude, she's a social worker making 15 grand a year, and so I think that's one of the things, one of the hardest and one of the best parts of my job is being impacted by these issues and organizing folks to push back against them. It's like, one hand, like, oh, I can't travel down there right now because I don't have the gas money, on the other hand, I'm like, oh, I'm so excited I get to travel down there and just be with folks that understand where I'm coming from. And, there are a lot of reasons. I was trying to think last night, like, why haven't I ever left West Virginia? I mean, I'm 50 years old. I've never lived anywhere else. But I love my state and I love my people and I know the potential that's here. I mean, West Virginia was born out of the resistance, literally, and so.
Well, that and Republicans wanted to add 2 extra senators to the Senate, but it's the same reason we have 2 Dakotas.
Yeah. Well,
we wanted extra senators.
And I'm like, it's in our DNA, right? Like, but whenever you've just been oppressed and marginalized for generations, and the other thing about it is it's really hard to find time. One thing that needs to happen is we need to change the power dynamic in this country where, all right, here's an example, right? I had 10, sometimes 11 moms on a call with Senator staff a few weeks ago. And actually the week before his big announcement, he wasn't going to support the legislation, but whatever. And it was at 3:30 in the afternoon. I'd asked for as late in the day as we could get, because of work schedules, right? Like, that's the other thing. Working poor folks, we don't have the advantage usually of benefits, sick time, paid time off, all that stuff. So I asked for an appointment as late in the day as we could get, and we were given 3:30. But during that meeting, one of the moms the whole time had her phone mounted on her dashboard, and we literally watched her travel throughout the city, picking her children up from their different day facilities, whether that was school, whether that was daycare, wherever. But we watched her do that. In the meantime, we had another mom who was sitting in the waiting room of her son's doctor's office, waiting to be called back into the room to be seen. We had another mom who was sitting in the car in the parking lot because her husband was in the dentist. And then we get to hear how they're busy, you know, how they make time for us in the midst of their busy schedules. And I'm like, y'all don't even know what busy is. Like, it's, you know, like these women are taking time off work, time off whatever, you know, taking away from their families' time to even be able to come and meet with you and to talk with you. And I think that's definitely one of the biggest problems with the power dynamic. You know, like the lower the income, the higher the risk. You know, and that's one of the struggles. I struggle as an individual with asking people to take the day off to go to any sort of event or any sort of action, because I know that 9 times out of 10, if you're in the working poor class, you're treated like you just said about the Amazon employees. You're expendable and you're replaceable. You know, they come a dime a dozen and they have $1. You know, and so I think that's one of the biggest drawbacks to what we're able to accomplish is the fact that it's always the people making, you know, the sacrifices to be able to get in front of the people who are elected to represent them, you know, and so we need to change that too.
6:03 Eastern Time. We're already an hour into our first live program of 2022. Yes, I got it right. Screwed it up the first time, but we're doing okay since. You are listening and watching live to the Kennedy Effect for January 9, 2022. Very happy to have you back home with us here on the program. We will be here every Sunday. Probably at least until Super Bowl Sunday, because we know we're not going to try to fight that. But we're going to have a long run of programs here, a straight run of programs up into February, and we are thrilled that you are part of it. You can call us. You can call the program. I will type the number on the screen shortly. 267-227-9189 and have your say to me and to Amy and to George. 267-227-9189. Wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, and we have shared the program to over 100 places this week. 100 places. You can stay right there, enjoy, listen to us in the background as you're having dinner, getting ready, getting the kids ready for another week of school, getting ready for work, or if you are staring intently at your screen. We thank you wherever you might be in any one of those 100 places that we have shared the program. However, if you would like to come over to our home group Facebook page, ask a question, make a comment, yell, scream, agree, disagree, show suggestions, guest suggestions, anything you wish, you can do that at our home group Facebook page for all things surrounding this program, That Other Side of Information. There have been a good number of folks watching live here tonight at our home group. I know there's people watching live over the other groups, but at our home group, good number. For most of the program, not a ton of comments, no questions, sadly, but you're there, and we appreciate that very much. We very much welcome your interaction. This is not a lecture. We want to hear from you. To our sisters and brothers, friends and family at Hot101.net, thank you for being with us yet again. If you do not know how to listen to Hot101.net, it is very, very simple. The web address is our name. It's hot101.net. That will take you to the main website. You can also download apps to get to hot101.net, the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store for Android, and for all devices, the TuneIn Radio app. Just go to the search bar and type in hot101.net. And of course, TCP, the Cultured Professional from Lancaster. Watch them on their Roku channel. Listen to them also on Global Internet Radio at WTCP, and always check out their Facebook page. They will be back live tomorrow morning, Monday morning, with the morning show from 9 a.m. So we thank you for being here. If you miss any of today's program, you can always catch the recorded version at the Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, anywhere it's been shared, and our YouTube channel. And of course, after George does his digital magic, you will be able to find the program on our Twitter stream, our Instagram, my LinkedIn, and everywhere except the video billboard, pretty much. Side of the road video billboard. 267-227-9189 is the phone number. It is open, and we would like to hear from you. Don't be afraid. 267-227-9189. Amy, before we move on to some of the other statistics that I was able to quickly gather, I wanted to ask you a bit about hypocrisy. And that means, or at least from the context of which I'm asking, how many of the folks that you run into during a day, a week, a month, when you are on Capitol Hill, when you are in the state capitol, maybe even just the grocery store, the number of folks who are, you know, ready to have a go at you. Oh, you're just, oh, snap card, I see, huh? Oh, I see. They themselves are probably on some form of government assistance. The types of barbs and jabs that you have had to take remind me very much of the protests outside the Capitol during the passage of the Affordable Care Act. Folks holding up, you know, huge poster board signs, "Keep your damn government hands off my Social Security." It seems to me you're getting an awful lot of the same flack, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't talk about those entitlement programs. Yeah, it's funny. But you can't, you know, that's people will fight you for that. You know, if you even bring up the fact that that could be entitled and considered to be an entitlement program, they become very upset and they just they
Well,
don't want
you
to
know
hear it.
what?
And they don't want to entertain it.
Let me back up. Talk to me about the difference, because this is something I'm sure that you have to deal with all the time as well. The difference between an earned benefit and an entitlement program. Seems to me entitlement program is wonderful, wonderful right-wing language. That you're somehow receiving something you don't deserve and didn't work for and didn't pay into. When you work, you pay into, when you work, you pay into SNAP. You pay into Social Security. You pay into Social Security disability. You pay into these, you pay into Medicare. You pay into, on a state basis, you pay into Medicaid. You pay for these things. What the hell is entitled about them?
Yeah, I think you know, you're supposed to go out there and you're supposed to work 40 hours a week regardless of your circumstance. You know, like it's kind of the same language that they like to throw around with work requirements, right? Like, you know, work requirements will solve the world's problems, you know, whereas work requirements are really punitive and prejudicial in a lot of ways. You know, what happens if you're that person who is waiting on a decision from Social Security and you can't work? You know, so what happens to the work requirements there? What happens here in West Virginia where we have so many grandparents raising their grandkids because of the opioid problem? You know, when you put work requirements on any of these programs, so are you really saying that these grandparents they have to go back to work in order to be able to satisfy those obligations and responsibilities? You know, so it's all kind of you could fill a box with language and phrases like entitlements and work requirements and means testing and all that stuff. It's all coming from the same direction.
How does someone like Joe Manchin or Mrs. Capanow, how do these folks get elected? A Jim Justice, who's the head of one of the largest, or the largest coal company in West Virginia, ran and got elected as a Democrat and then changed parties. How does this keep happening? How much responsibility, I don't want to say blame, do the people of West Virginia themselves deserve for their state, for their status, for their situation? That's a very harsh question, and it might even be one that you're not too pleased with. But how do the richest people in West Virginia get elected to positions diametrically opposed to the best interest of the people of the state?
Jeff, do you believe it's fair to say that whenever you're marginalized and disenfranchised, that you really don't see the value in voting? Our poll numbers are very, very low. Even on the local level, they're very low. And so I think that's part of it, right? Is that at some point you become, I hate the word, they use the word, but apathetic. Like if you've been oppressed for so long, you really don't think that anything you do or say matters or makes a difference, and so you kind of give up. And there's a huge number of people here in the state that think that it's, a lot of times we're made to choose the lesser of the two evils whenever we're voting for some of these offices. I don't have a real good answer for that, to be honest with you. There's so many different camps and
Yeah, and
different
I don't
ways
want
of
to.
thinking about it.
I certainly don't want to make you speak for people that you can't speak for, and I certainly don't mean to make you the point of the spear of blame. Is it, when you talk about low voter participation numbers in West Virginia, I understand everything that you just said to me. I do. I'm just wondering that in your work, because like you mentioned in the first hour, so much of your work intersects with so many different other issues and causes and statuses for people in West Virginia, and by the way, across the country. The richest three people in the country, 4 people in the country, have as much wealth as the bottom 200 million. But how do you? I guess I'm fascinated by the dichotomy of, well, we think voting doesn't matter and it doesn't help us, and we don't like either one of them. But what the hell do you expect to get better if you don't vote? It seems to me to be a hell of a vicious cycle that the good and decent people of West Virginia are smart enough to figure out.
Yeah, well, another part of that too that we have to take into consideration is why issues like the For the People's Act had so much grounds here, and now the Voting Rights Act. That's why, it all comes down to everything has to become an argument. Whenever we talk about the disenfranchised voters, we're talking about the marginalized voters. We're talking about the voters that the voter ID laws are punishing, and making it harder for them to vote. And everyone's like, oh, it'll be easier. All you have to do is have someone, sign a piece of paper, or all you have to do is bring your utility bill and blah, 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 blah. It's just another one of those issues where it's hard to get the mainstream opinion to be, hey, we need to fix this because it's hurting people and it's keeping the people out of here that need to be in here the most, right? That are literally fighting for their lives.
So how does someone like Senator Bernie Sanders not just win the Democratic presidential primary in West Virginia, but win it by a long way?
He won every county in the state.
Well, how does that jive with the other situations that you're discussing, the apathy, and we've been beaten down so long and none of them are going to help us? And how do those two things jive together? It seems to me that the folks in West Virginia maybe we're not giving them enough credit. Not you live there. We, the rest of us, we, the progressive movement, we, our revolution groups, the Democratic Party itself, perhaps we're not giving you enough credit. Am I wrong? Am I out of a base to think that you guys are doing this to yourselves through bad voting? Or is there a genuine progressive movement? Again, I point to Senator Sanders' results, and that you're just being stifled or I'm not asking this question really well at all, but I think hopefully you understand what I'm getting at.
No, there is a strong progressive movement here in West Virginia, and then I think one of the things that I would like to see, and I'm sure people are going to push back on me because the voting side of this really isn't what I like. I'm interested. I'm involved in that. We encourage folks to register to vote all the time, but it's not really my niche. So I'm sure there'll be people who might push back on me about this, but I think we need to be starting now, right? Even at just our mere, I guess, topography.
Oh, it's a constant. It should be a constant day to day. Voting registration should be is not something we do 3 weeks before election day. I mean, that's
Yeah,
got to
and
be a constant every day. Way back in the dark ages when we still filled out voter registration forms on paper, I carried them around with me.
yeah, and fundraising. I
Yeah.
mean, we need to be starting now to make sure that we, when it comes to money, that if we can't, boots on the ground, Jeff, it's hard whenever it takes me 3 hours to get anywhere. I live
Right.
in one section of the state, and to get to my state capital, it takes me 3 hours to get there, traveling the interstate. I mean, so we need to make sure that we have people that are willing to support candidates and start vetting them and, start having those conversations early on instead of waiting for the rush. Because it takes, I know there's this impression that West Virginia is a tiny state, and we are a small state, but because of just the way, we're the mountain mama, right?
Mhm.
And I mean, because of that, like there are so many areas that we just can't reach because we
Yeah,
don't
but look
have
at it on a map, though. It's a small state, perhaps. It's not Texas or California. But I mean, look at it geographically, even just compared to Pennsylvania, it's comparable. It's not a small, I say that to folks about Pennsylvania too. I think we're the 7th largest state, or 8th, somebody will correct me, I'm sure. And in comparison, looking at the map, especially to the states of the West, we may not look that big, but drive the 6 hours. See how that goes.
Yeah,
Drive from the
it's fun.
southeastern corner in Philadelphia up to the northwestern corner in Erie and tell me it's a short drive. It's a big bloody state. And I think West Virginia is as well.
Well, and get into go down into the mountains and go back down and try to find every holler.
Right.
How do you reach the people in the hollers? And I mean, it's just the way the state is set up and designed, because again, it's a beautiful state. Like I get so upset when I hear people say such disparaging things about West Virginia. Like it's not called almost heaven for nothing. It's an absolutely beautiful place to be. As far as like the outdoors and what we have to offer and the mountains and the foothills, like it's just an absolutely gorgeous place, but there are also, it's difficult to find people to go and canvas down a holler, especially when you're not from there, right? Like you don't know anybody, you're not going down there.
Right.
And I'm a lifelong West Virginian, and I'm going to tell you, there are more places that I won't go into without knowing somebody than there are I will. And plus, I want to take this. I've also been told recently that West Virginia has turned red quicker than any other state in the nation.
It has indeed. Yes.
So
that is you can. For whatever my small words mean to you, take that as fact. That is exactly correct.
Yeah.
It has gone from a very reliably blue state from pretty much the turn of the century to especially since the Republican Great Depression. They supported Roosevelt and Truman and Kennedy especially. Bobby, one of the places that Bobby toured after he had decided he was leaving public life, but decided to tour before he decided to run for president, was Appalachia, and saw very much what he saw in the Deep South, in those inland portions of Alabama and Georgia and Arkansas, where people had no running water, running water, pretty much means sewage by default, but no running water, no power. Kids weren't going to school. Pretty much grew whatever food they could eat, essentially, or hunted for it. It's those folks that he ran for president for. And it was a reliably blue state up until pretty much 1980 onward. But yeah, the depth of the red, the codification of it, the solidification of it is the fastest in the union. And I imagine probably the only free cable network you have in West Virginia is Fox. I'm sure that doesn't help.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But again, there's this dichotomy, though. There's this dichotomy, though, Amy Jo, that because I see the articles where even foreign press goes into West Virginia, and the miners themselves are saying, "Get us the hell out of these mines. We can build solar panels," and they are. We can build wind turbines, and they are. It's one of the dichotomies of West Virginia. It's actually greening. At the same time, it's blowing off mountaintops for coal. It's actually greening faster than most states in the country.
Yeah, well, you know, we are used to being extracted from, you know, and we have a state legislator, and he always says we pay more tax on the clothes we buy in West Virginia than these companies do for our minerals that they're taking out of the ground.
Isn't it interesting how the richest people and corporations are the true takers?
Yes.
Not the woman just trying to feed her kids. It's the rich and the corporations.
Yes, but
they
you know,
are the takers.
You know, Jeff, one of the things that I try to impress upon people is, you know, when you're marginalized. So if we would imagine this, just your studio, right? All the marginalized folks are lined up against the walls, you know, and those people with, the people that aren't experiencing things like poverty, right? They're the ones that have the chairs in the middle. And so the marginalized people are lining the walls, and they stand there and they try to see what's going on in the middle of your room, but they can't because there are too many people lined up in front of them, right? So whenever you are out there, the people in the center, they know you're there, but they really don't have to be concerned about you because you're in their peripheral vision. You know, so they know you're there, you're hanging out here on the sides, but they don't have to feel threatened by you because you can't get to them in the middle. And they don't have to feel any sort of power nudge from you because, again, you're in their peripheral vision, you know. And so I think if we start framing it like that, you know, what's it going to take for us to make a path to the center? And, you know, it's going to be a bipartisan effort, I think, for us to really be able to truly open up the center of the rooms for folks, you know, like, you know, we're trying to point out, yeah, Manchin tanked the Build Back Better, but there were also 50 Republicans who did the same thing. West Virginia has one of those, you know, and so like what's going to take, whether it's voting rights, whether it's activism, whatever, what's it going to take for those folks who are used to being pushed to the sides and kept out here in your peripheral line of view to really be able to get to the center of these rooms? Maybe not even to the center, but to at least be able to move to a part where they can have a chair to sit in, you know, because the longer you hang out here, you start to worry about, you know, you have to go to the grocery store, how much money you have left in your account, and if you have enough gas in your tank to get you to work for the rest of the week, and what's going to happen if you can't fight that cold that you have. And you know, like, even I'm battling a sinus thing today, and I said to the pharmacist just a little bit ago, I was like, man, I can't wait for the days where we can just be sick and not automatically assume that we have COVID. You know, I mean, so like you have all of these pressures and worries, you know, because the thing about being poor on any level is that it's kind of like your life is like a Jenga game. You know, if one of those pieces moves in a way that wasn't expected, that whole thing's going to come crumbling down around your head.
And on top of you, yeah. And right on top of you.
So you just have to keep moving. You know, like you can't stop. You know, I call it the hustle. And like you just have to keep going and you have to keep grinding because you don't have time to slow down or stop. And, you know, Lord knows you don't need any more external pressures put on you. Because you're really out here trying to fight for survival. And, you know, I think there's something to be said about, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but, you know, that whole train of thought where, you know, if they keep us tired and keep us fighting for a decent education or an equitable education, then we're less of a threat. You know, and so I think the system is designed in a manner to let that happen as well. You know, I mean, you know, some of the stereotypes, like here in West Virginia, 80% of our food stamp recipients are working. You know, but you don't hear that, right? Like no one talks about that. They don't, you know, because that would mean that they might start looking at the fact that we're just not making any money. We're working our tail ends off out here 40 or more hours a week, and we're not making any money.
Which is something Senator Sanders says all the time in the Progressive Caucus in Congress and so on, that you shouldn't have to work 40 hours and still be poor. It should be enough to at least to support yourself. I'm not sure you could support, you know, a family of 6, so to speak, like I was in when I was a kid, my parents and 4 of us, 6 total. I don't think you could, I think we could, there's probably a cutoff somewhere where that you can support on a minimum wage, but you shouldn't be, a single person should certainly not be poor, abjectly poor, by the way, working 40 hours a week. But no, I completely forgot where I was going to get to. I knew there was going to be a brain cramp somewhere along in this program. I knew right what I was going to say, and I've completely lost it. Oh, blimey. It's not good stuff there, is it? That's great radio when I forget what I was going to say. When I completely forget where the hell I was going.
I do that to people all the time. It's one of my superpowers.
I've completely forgotten where I was going because I was jumping in to say something really proper, and I completely forgot about it. Let me just do this, though, because the next question I'm going to ask you is I'm going to just sit back. I might even turn the mic off. It's 6:28 Eastern time, and this is the Kennedy Effect Live for January 9th, 2022. Wherever you are on Facebook, that other side of information is our home group page. You can come there and comment and ask questions and so on. We've been having a bit of an exchange so far tonight. Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, the TuneIn radio app, Bluetooth it in your car, and you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net and TCP, Roku, their Facebook, and their internet radio, WTCP. The phone line is open, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. You can ask me a question, yell, scream, agree, disagree, whatever, or even better, talk to our guest, Amy Jo Hutchison of Rattle the Windows. Amy, the reason I wanted to do that program reset just a minute or two early is because I'm going to give you one of those wonderfully vague statements, and I'm just going to let you talk.
You've made me work tonight.
In just a minute. Let me take this first. Randall, welcome. Happy New Year, sir. Oh, he hung up on me. Probably because I said I was going to let you talk. Well, that was weird. Randall's our great friend of the program. He's invited more people to the group page than I can even count. And he is a loyal listener, watcher, and calls us each week. You feel free to ring back in, Randall. However, Amy, I'm just going to give you a statement, and I'm going to let you preach, talk away, have at it, go for it. Tell me about Senator Manchin.
Jeff, I am going to hold on.
Well, I'm sure you've crossed paths with him at some point. I mean, you mentioned his staff earlier. Is his Washington staff made up of folks from West Virginia? I find it to be much more effective sometimes when you do your lobbying and your petition delivering and your letter delivering to the local legislative offices, because they are definitely filled with local people. Well, I'm sure you've crossed paths with him at some point, if not him directly. You said you've talked to staff. I'm guessing his Washington staff is largely made up of Washington people. Tell me about Senator Manchin.
As a lifelong West Virginian, I kind of grew up with Senator Manchin. He was governor, and and I'm gonna just say this, and I mean this in all sincerity, despite what you may have read on my Facebook post, but I always hold out hope that he's gonna do what we need for him to do. And I can't let go of that hope. And I think what happens is, we get a lot of this political back and forth stuff and this partisan stuff. And, here we've kind of stopped even using Build Back Better because it causes an instant divide, even in conversation amongst folks. And
do you think do you think your friends and neighbors understand the sheer amount of money and positive outcomes that West Virginia stands to reap from Build Back Better? The same as it did from the CARES Act, the same as it will from the Infrastructure Act. Do they know, or do they know and they don't care, or do they not believe it? I mean, the money is coming in. God, even Mitch McConnell went back to Kentucky and said this infrastructure bill is going to be great for us. I voted against it, but boy, it's going to mean all kinds of money for us. To the folks in West Virginia, are they simply ignorant of these facts, or are they just don't believe them, or what? I don't understand how Senator Manchin, if any progressive group in West Virginia is putting out the facts of Build Back Better is going to mean X billions of dollars for our state to do any one of a myriad of things: solar panels, wind turbines, rebuild schools, fund Medicaid. I mean, fill in the blank. I don't know how, because it's this interesting dichotomy of the folks, of the good, decent human beings in your state that, we're a red state and I don't trust Democrats and all that, but we'll take the money. We'll take the money. We'll take the money. We want to get out of the mines. We want to feed our kids. We want to have good schools. Well, it can't be both.
Yeah. And I think, again, especially now, I need, to focus and to center this on the fact that I primarily deal with marginalized and disenfranchised folks, right? So sometimes it's a little harder because, again, the political system is designed in a way to keep us out and to keep us from understanding it, but every day we're having a conversation. There's a lot of mistrust, distrust, especially when we're talking about things like the child care and what families will be responsible for paying if this passes, and they can't believe that it would be so cheap for them and such a life-saving measure, so there is a little bit of that, like just the,
but not just what they might have to pay into it, but what they're going to get out of it.
Yeah. I mean, it's really hard. Here in West Virginia, it costs more for a year of child care, private pay, that's with no subsidy support, for one child than it does to send that same child for a year to West Virginia University or Marshall University. So we're paying more for childcare than we are for college. And so whenever you come at folks with this, there was a calculator that was floating around, and I wish I could remember the org to put it out, but I can't. And it would show that their copays would go down to almost nothing. And they're like, whoa, that can't be true. How are we going to pay for that? We're going to pay for this some way, and so I think that's a lot of, again, with the folks I work with and talk to, it's almost like a disbelief, like, well, if they give us this, and how are we going to be made to suffer for it? Because
I'm not laughing from that standpoint, but I understand exactly what you mean. It's like it would be great to have these things, but man, we're gonna have to pay for it, or we're gonna get shamed into it somehow, or we're gonna get. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I'm not laughing from a haha funny thing. I'm just that the way you said that is just, it really does strike home somehow that we would love to have these really nice things, but yeah, what do we got to do for it?
Yeah, is it going to be worse than it is now?
Right.
Right. And I mean, because who pays really? Who does the suffering? It's not the top 1%. Never. And there's also
not since the 30s.
No,
since the 30s and 40s.
And I was on
the New Deal. They paid during the New Deal, and the funny thing about the New Deal is that we seem to forget that some of the largest global corporations on the planet and some of the richest families and richest people on the planet were created after the institution of the Republican after the Republican Great Depression and the full institution of policies of the New Deal. We seem to forget that a lot. Amy, let me please allow you to speak to our dear friend of the program, dear friend of the group, and our lone regular caller. Sadly, we need more of them. We need more individual callers, and we need more steady callers. So, Randall, welcome and Happy New Year, sir.
Hey, Happy New Year, Jeff. I hope everything went well with your family.
So far as I know, we had a COVID scare, but I was going to get into that a bit later. But
we had my middle daughter works at a giant supermarket. She got COVID, and cause she worked. Well, we had a family dinner, we always have a family dinner on Sunday night. That's why I miss the beginning of your show every week. I gave out.
I immediately demand that you change the time of dinner.
I gave out N95 masks to everybody tonight because I bought like 50 of them this week.
Mm-hmm.
Because they work in schools, they work in supermarkets, and it's just crazy what's going on.
Gotcha.
With how contagious this new variant is.
Right.
Anyway,
Well,
what's your
join the program here. What's your question for Amy?
Amy, I was listening to what you were saying about. Well, Shep and you were talking about aspects of
Build Back Better.
Build Back Better, and I've got a really high interest in early childhood education, and that's because my wife has been director of a nonprofit for 36 years now. Like she had to close down last week for a whole week because one of her teachers turned positive and one had to go in isolation for exposure, and there's no staff to meet the minimum requirements, the state of PA, on staffing. She worked really hard the first year, 2020, to get grants and stuff to open up again. And in 2021, she had to take a $20,000 a year pay cut to keep her facility operating. It would absolutely help dual parent families and really help single parent families that are working poor or lower middle class or even middle class to be able to have a safe learning environment for early childhood education so that mom and dad or single mom or single dad would be able to work for the economy.
And we know that education is one of, if not the great equalizer. It's education. When you get that epithet thrown at you, Amy, of pull yourself up by your bootstraps, give me a school, give me a decent school, and then I probably can. Randall, let's let Amy answer a little bit and speak to your points.
Sure.
Randall, I think one of the things that has really been made blatantly obvious to me in the past week and a half is that we have allowed the conversation around Build Back Better to be focused on the adults and not the children. And I think we're doing a huge disservice to the kids of America, actually, for allowing that narrative to be switched around. We all know I was an early Head Start teacher for a few years, so we all know about the first 1,000 days of a child's development are the most important days of their entire life in terms of development. We know, especially those of us involved in early childhood education and interventions, like we understand the importance of this. The first 5 years, the first 6 years of a kid's life, whether that's better nutrition, having their health needs met, and so and first of all, thank your wife. And then this one thing that I always think about is what would happen if every child care in America went on strike. Like that would really prove a point to people because that would shut the economy completely down. If we had nowhere to take our kids, what in the world would we do? So kudos to your wife for hanging in there and providing that service. But, and I think one of the things that we really need to start doing again is bringing the focus of this back on children, in as far as the Build Back Better package and the benefits that everyone's going to have from getting that. I've had superintendents. There was an assistant superintendent of a county school system in West Virginia say that he can definitely tell the kids who start kindergarten who were in a child care center as opposed to those who weren't. You know, he's had 5-year-olds that couldn't make it the sentences, you know, and so again, I think it all comes back to that infrastructure of care. And then also, I don't know what it's like in PA, but in West Virginia, I believe it was 70 or 80%. Jeff, maybe you can find this out for me. I could look it up later. Of our child care workers were living in poverty themselves. You know, and so that's another part of this Build Back Better package, right? Was just the caregivers.
I'll do a quick DuckDuckGo on that while you two chat. Let me see if I can figure that out. Percentage of child care workers in poverty.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll have a look at that.
We don't really put any value on the people who provide this care, you know. And as one of my moms pointed out to Senator Manchin's staff, like, you know, one day he's going to rely on the care of somebody else, and how well does he think those people deserve to be paid? You know, whether it's in-home health, which is, you know, here in West Virginia, a couple of years ago, that was one of the professions the top 3 professions that relied on food stamps. You know, we're in-home health providers, care providers, you know, and so here I'm waitresses and cashiers, and, you know, it's never lost on me that we ask that, you know, the people who take on those responsibilities of providing care, we want them to give the best care absolutely possible, but yet we don't think they're worthy of a livable wage, you know, and we don't feel as if they shouldn't, that they don't deserve to be paid any better or treated any better. And, you know, just like you said, the difficulties that your wife has had just to stay open. And I know that she knows the importance of what she does, you know, and not only for the community, but I think whenever it comes time, I asked a question on my Facebook page yesterday because I was reading some stuff, and I'm like, what were the 3 things that I would look for if I was moving? You know, now most of the people, actually, I think all of them probably don't have the need for childcare right now. But, you know, I mentioned that. I'm like, why aren't we mentioning childcare? Because of our ages. And they said back, you know, whenever they had young children, that definitely would have been one of the top things that they searched for before they would relocate anywhere. You know, I mean, so we need to make sure that we can build up these child care centers, pay their staff livable wages. Why, you know, your wife, it means so much to her that she took that drastic pay cut. You know, that's probably life-changing, Randall, you know, for your family. And just to be able to provide that care for the families. And so what do we have to do to elevate that? The importance of just the care, the caregivers and the care infrastructure. You know, again, we're never going to be able to improve the quality of life if we can't provide that care foundation in any state, but it should be all the way across the nation. You know, I mean,
I did find a quick article from February 23 of 2021. So just a hair under a full year ago. Childcare, this is from CBS News. Not exactly, you know, not exactly Voice of America, but certainly not Fox News either. Childcare workers, crucial to economic recovery, earn poverty wages in 40 states. 40. That means that childcare wages are only considered to be a living wage in 10 out of 50 states.
Yeah.
No wonder there's a shortage, and no wonder more folks aren't going into it. They quote a young lady here who has a bachelor, an associate's in early childhood education. She makes $1,200 a month in North Carolina. So, yeah, I mean, we could, you know, I'm not going to read the whole article to you. That's boring. But you can find it. I'll try to post a link to this particular article. It is older, but the information in it is still valid. Let me also quickly say, I have seen since Randall's phone call, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 folks tried to dial in. The free software that I use, and we use it because it is free and because we can get it to work, only allows 1 call at a time. So please, after we thank and say goodbye to Randall, the phone line will be open again. I will tell you when the line is open. You can call in and talk to us. We just don't pay for a fancy system where we can take call after call after call and sit you in a queue. You would be on hold at the moment now anyway. That's no fun. We can only really take one at a time. So I guess we're saving you a little bit from sitting on hold. And I also don't have somebody here who could answer the phone and keep, 6 or 8 lines of folks stacked up. So this is just the easiest way that we do it. But if you have tried to call in, I see, like I said, I see like 6 different numbers here. If you have tried to call in and just couldn't get through, please hang in there. When we say goodbye to Randall, I will let you know that the line is open, and then you can give us a ring and give us a try again.
I got to make a couple last points, Jeff.
Go for it, my friend.
Early childhood pays less than fast food.
Yes.
And yet, if you have teachers,
And it's a hell of a lot less profitable, and that's why it pays.
A 3-year BS in education. They have the loans. My wife couldn't get a teacher all last semester. She was working 60 hours a day because she was teaching a class and then having to try and do her administrative work before and after work. She could only pay $13.50 to start for a certified teacher because that's all the budget her nonprofit could, put forth. So, Build Back Better is it's just incredibly what we need for early childhood education, and we need those family child credits to start up again to help poor, working poor, lower middle class families to survive. And with that, thank you, Amy, and thank you, Jeff.
You're the best, Randall.
Thank you. And Randall, I think one of the things that people don't understand about early childhood educators is the amount of training and education that's required to hold those positions. And here in West Virginia, I know that most of them are doing it for $10.75 an hour. For the same education that the pre-K teachers in the school systems have. So I appreciate you for lifting that up. And again, if we don't make it more affordable, especially with COVID and the number of women who were pushed out of the workforce in the first place just because of COVID, and now they may not have a child care center that they can afford. They might not even have access to one. There are women here who are driving 2 hours, 1 hour each way to get their kids to different child care centers in the same county because there's just no accessibility here in West Virginia.
And then that feeds on itself because it comes to, I remember my own coworker. His wife is a teacher. This is when I was still living and working in New Jersey. His wife was a teacher, so they had excellent health coverage, but they had 2 kids. And we, he told me that it might actually be more economically feasible for him to quit working because he was essentially, it wasn't quite, he was still making a little bit of money, but for all intent and purpose, he was working a full-time job to pay for the childcare.
Right. Yeah.
And that becomes then a cycle. Does that not then, I should not give this to you as a statement. You're the guest. I should let you answer questions. I should shut up probably. But does that not then, Amy, begin to feed on itself as, well, okay, there either is no child care, or when there is child care, it's private for profit and you can't afford it anyway. So you're stuck in the same place, sort of, or you have to drastically limit the type of jobs that you can take because you need to be able to work when the child care is open.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other part of that is, here it's not uncommon to hear about wait lists that are 3 years long. So by the time your child moves up that wait list, they don't qualify. They're too old. They're going to the public school system, universal pre-K anyway. We have child cares here that have to do fundraisers to keep their doors open. And that was pre-COVID. And again, to me, it's one of the, especially as a mother, it's one of the most fundamental pieces of workforce participation, is affordable and accessible childcare, and then respect in the form of pay and value for the people who put themselves through all the education and all they have to go through, all the licensing regs, right, to be able to open and maintain that center. There is very little value in America placed upon the child care system, and that definitely would have been addressed with this Build Back Better package.
So my deep and sincere thanks to Randall, who has invited more people to our group page than I can tell you. I had told you all, folks, that it was my goal. I set a very arbitrary date, but it's, the kind of date that most people would set. I wanted to have 1,000 members in the Facebook group page by the time the ball dropped in Times Square, and we passed that. We did it, in fact, I think 2 days early, so not a huge margin for error, but we did it early, and Randall did an awful lot of that. He listens to the program religiously and is a caller every week, and I thank you, my friend. And he was even kind enough to hang up and clear the line. So the line is open at the moment. You can ring in right now. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189 is the phone number. Get on board. Let us hear from you. Ask a question. Again, yell at me, agree with me, disagree with me, questions, comments, just you can be heard here. 267-227-9189. Before, Amy, we cross into the 7 o'clock hour where I want to try to start to focus on solutions, I kind of don't want to leave this disconnect, I guess is the best way to put it. How does the average West Virginian make the case or have the actual feeling that Joe Manchin, Shelley Moore Capanow, I think I'm saying her last name wrong, I think I'm saying that incorrectly, or Governor Justice, or any of a gaggle of state legislators, how do they actually feel that this group of people reflects them or represents them and their interests, when it is profoundly clear that they do not?
No, I think it's exactly that, and I mean, again, just a reminder of the demographic of folks that I work with, but the leaders in my crew, they're, it's a bipartisan group. We have Republicans and Democrats and independents in that group of moms. And, but I think that's the frustration. But I also, Jeff, there always comes a point, and there's a lot of energy right now in West Virginia. People want to share their stories who have never shared their stories before. And I really think that's what it's going to take. I think it's going to take a strong grassroots effort. I think, I invite you invite 5 of your friends to the next one. I also think that we need to start, this is one of the things that I'm really hoping to build out through Rattle the Windows, a civic education piece. One thing that I know from my own personal experience is that you may not feel like you're interested in politics, but once you get a taste of it, then you start paying more attention to the things that are going on around you, and you want to learn. You want to understand the ins and the outs and how it works. And I learn every day. That's why I don't feel comfortable speaking on a bunch of this stuff, because that's not my niche. I don't, that's not my realm. But I also think that we need to build out some sort of civic education and political education pieces where people can have access to that, so they can learn about how the system works, why it works the way it does, and how we can inject ourselves as just everyday folks to make the changes happen that we need to happen. And I think it's all about empowering the people.
How much of it is education? I tell the story all the time here that one of the very first things the Reagan administration did was it attacked civics, ended the requirement to teach civics in schools. It's very hard to complain about how your government works if you don't understand it, or if you never learn about it.
Absolutely.
Why is this an educational disconnect, or is it a political disconnect in that, well, if you're advocating for alleviating poverty, then you must be some liberal pinko commie socialist, and I don't want to hear it from you, even though, as you just stated, the mom who might be standing right next to you in a picket line is a self-identified Republican, because there's no real ones, just self-identified. Is it I guess I just don't quite understand the disconnect of it. Or is it just easier just to close your ears and eyes and walk away?
It's a lot to learn, right? I mean, honestly, it's a lot to learn about the political process. And in the past week, I can name, actually, let's go back to the first week of December. I learned for the first time that there were people out here in 1965, children were still allowed to work.
Mm-hmm.
Children, 5, 8 years old, right? And I learned this because I had 2 women sit and tell me their experiences about this, about what their jobs were when they were 5 years old. And in my head, I'm like, are you kidding me? I was born in 71. But I was always taught like child labor, that was stuff that was a long time before my day. It wasn't. It wasn't. It was less than 10
the New
years.
Deal. It was FDR's New Deal, where the first beginnings of legislations to stop child labor. David Koch, one of the Koch brothers, who ran for vice president in 1980 under the libertarian flag, part of his platform was to end child labor laws. The Libertarian Party at that time, and now you have to look at the Republicans now, they are largely exactly what David Koch believed, an end to child labor laws, because they don't think that's quote unquote the free market. So this is not something that is gone. We think it gone. We see, watch the Little Rascals working in a factory, and we think it's a totally bygone era. You have well, they're not a functioning political party. You have a gaggle of people under the same title or self-identified political title that think going back to that is perfectly okay. It's capitalism.
It's capitalism. I also just learned that the credit scores weren't a thing until the 80s. How am I not knowing this? How does that stuff not get to me?
Well, I wouldn't just say that. It's even so far as, think about the TV commercial. And a lot of you, all of you listening and watching now have seen this TV commercial for Experian Boost. And I suppose Experian will not become an advertiser on this program anytime soon. If you just pay Experian to become a member of their Boost service, literally within minutes of the time that they take your credit card info and you subscribe and begin to pay Experian, your credit score goes up. So what does that tell you? It tells you that your credit score is a big steaming pile of crap, and it's a made up number. It's a label to put upon you to deny you things like rent and loans and mortgages. It's nothing. It's meaningless, except it means everything, because the greater society relies upon it.
Yes.
If you can subscribe to some damn service the same way you would subscribe to Netflix, and within minutes on the screen, you can watch your credit score go up by 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 points, all it tells you is that your credit score, as a fact of your being, is bullshit in the first place. Period. 7:01 Eastern Time. We enter the third and what I think will be final hour of the program. I'm sure Amy would like to go at some point and have dinner, because I certainly did not get to have dinner before the program, and I am rumbling. I gotta be honest. It's also why I'm drinking so much, because I'm actually quite hungry. I'm trying to keep my stomach quiet. I'm surprised you haven't heard it gurgle in the background. My stomach is really having a go at me. But that said, we're entering the third hour of the program. Amy Jo Hutchison is our guest. Anywhere on Facebook that you might be, that other side of information is where you can come and chat with us. Also, you can always see the program in its recorded version everywhere that it has been shared. Just scroll down through the timeline, you will find us, and then you won't miss a thing. If you do miss any of the program, youtube.com, Instagram, TikTok, Patreon, Twitter, what am I missing? That's everybody. You can find us across so many different social media platforms. Hot101.net. The web address is our name, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn radio app. And of course, tell Alexa to play Hot101.net and TCP. You will see them tomorrow morning, and you will see us on there as well on their Roku channel. So, Amy, I'd like to try to turn the final, I should have also said the phone line is open. Whoever tried to call in when Randall was on, you haven't tried again, but you can. The phone line is open, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. I'd like to try to turn, Amy, if I could. I think we've somewhat defined the problem. You can't define a problem this deep in a 3 or 4 hour radio show. As long as my show can get, sometimes we can't fully describe a problem this deep, this pervasive, this you all know, whether you like it or not, or whether you want to admit it or not, you all know someone in your circle, coworkers, family, friends, etc., neighbors, who are in abject poverty. You do. The statistics make it very clear you do. So I don't know that we can really properly define everything, but I do want to try to, and I could mansion bash, I think, for the rest of the program, but that's not going to get us anywhere either. I want to try to look at solutions. We've talked about Build Back Better. I actually see the infrastructure bill as a possible, as an avenue to helping poverty and the jobs that will create. We've talked about childcare, the child tax credit. When you are asked by your fellow West Virginians on the street, elected officials, perhaps folks from other groups that you might meet with who are trying to learn about what you do and replicate it in their towns, counties, and states, what do you point to as the solution to this problem? The solution I offer here every week is the New Deal. The answers to our problems are in our own history. If we simply returned the country to a New Deal style of government and economic footing, that would solve darn near everything plaguing us today. It's 40 years of Reaganism and austerity and trickle-down, the myth of trickle-down economics, and what is now morphing into flat-out fascism. The New Deal cures all of that. Unionization, protections, a social safety net, unemployment compensation, job training. The New Deal, massive government public works projects. The New Deal cures nearly all of our ills. When you are asked, you deal with poverty every day, Amy, how do we solve this problem? What are the points that pop into your head? What are the policy positions, legislation, or maybe even simple moral answers, religious answers, believe it or not? There's nothing Christian about what's happening to this country right now. What do you say? What are the things that pop into your head first?
Jeff, I was invited back in October. There was a program, The Problem with Jon Stewart, that aired, and I was invited to be a part of that. And John told me that he was researching some stuff online, and my congressional testimony popped up, and he said something to the effect of, it was the first time anyone had said those things to him. And so I think that's the key. How do we, especially if you're in an advocacy organization or a space where you can allow people to share, how do we really allow the truth to be told? And the truth is that, people are making decisions all the time between accepting a pay raise, accepting a promotion, where they're going to lose all their benefits in a matter of a month or more, 1 to 3 months, And then they're going to lose their insurance. They're going to lose their housing assistance. They're going to lose their SNAP benefits, and then not be able to afford a place to live, not to be able to afford insurance. So how do we position that within our own communities to allow people to tell what this really looks like? If you receive any type of assistance here, and like my teenage daughter is now in the workforce, well, if I was still receiving any type of assistance, I would have to claim her income, so that would cut down on the benefits that we would receive. And so in doing so, we have people out here who are having to wean themselves off of their medicine because their kids are going out to get a job to help the family, and it pushes them over that line to the point where they lose their medical insurance.
And
so
doesn't that speak then to the dichotomy of this problem, that the same legislators who are willing to shame you and beat you down as almost for sport, and certainly to their own political benefit, are the same ones who have changed the laws and changed the programs and altered and cut holes in the social safety net to not allow you to get out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a trap. It becomes a trap. You get ensnared in it, but again, the system's designed that way, and so, what better way to keep people working for wages where they can't afford to feed their families?
We talk about abortion being the dog finally catching the car. They need you. Republicans need you. They need poor people. First off, they need the uneducated to get them to vote for them, but they need poor people because they need the boogeyman. They need the other. They need you as a scapegoat.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would divide that by party, to be honest with you. I think we're needed by everybody, right? I think everyone has a reason to not push really hard for this stuff to change, and one of the things that really blows my mind is privilege changes folks. Even what happened to me was a miracle. I was able to sell my house to a developer, and so that took me over that line. It changed my life, it changed my kids' lives. And but we shouldn't have to wait for a freaking miracle to be able to breathe, Jeff. I had it was an extraordinary chance to escape poverty, and it shouldn't have to be that, and one of the biggest problems, I think, is, why are we not having town halls where people are just meeting with constituents? That's the part that blows my mind is, we're being told, oh, they're not hearing from regular West Virginians. They're just hearing from advocates, and we need more people calling. And I'm like, what do you mean? I've tried to get a group of moms in front of you for months and have had the door slammed in my face every time, so they don't want to hear from us, and so the truth is never going to be told if we're not given the space and the stage to be able to tell it, and what would that look like? Heck, we would draw flow charts up if that's what it's going to take for people to understand how precarious poverty is, and why you can't get across that threshold, but I really think at the end of the day, it's a moral issue. And I think that America right now is coming to a point where we're going to have to decide which side of morality are we going to land on? And what are we just going to refuse to simply take anymore? And whenever I think about, just saying, bam, those child tax credit payments are going to end, 50,000 kids in West Virginia were immediately pushed back down under that poverty line. If that's not a moral issue, I don't know what the heck is. And so when are we going to start just talking about the values and talking about our morals and our belief systems? Because at the end of the day, we all want the same things. We want our kids to have a good education. We want our kids to have a healthy start. We want our kids to be able to eat. We want to be able to put food on the table. We're not that different, right? And so what if we started this, let's talk about our morals and our values. What if we would go and vote our values rather than our party? What would that look like? there might be a split where we might not really want to vote with that for any party on a lot of these issues, and so, but I really think that we need to start creating spaces, let the representatives come in and really talk to regular average folks. I have a group of moms, and they're 10 deep right now, that I could call up and be like, bam, drop what you're doing, we're going to go talk, and they would be willing to do that. And then there are many more out there that would just need a little bit more maneuvering to be able to manage the schedule, so they could do that, but I think it's going to be grassroots, and I think we're going to have to just take the initiative to create those spaces for ourselves, start hosting town halls. And if the electeds don't show up, let that be known. We invited you, the old empty chairs set, that's a good activist trick, not trick, but tool, I guess, is where you have the empty chairs sitting there, but we're really going to have to start using our privilege to open these spaces up for people to just go and be real. And I think another part of that too, is that because of what we like to call Christian values, we're really big on charity. Well, what if we stop being quote unquote charitable and trying to put a Band-Aid on these solutions and really start being honest about what the problems are and what the situations are, the circumstances that are causing the need for the charity in the first place. And so we need to get uncomfortable, and we need to get a little dirty with each other and really start dissecting this stuff to figure out, what's it going to take? How did we get here? Because I don't know exactly how we got here. Some of the things you said tonight, I'm going to go back and look up later, because I didn't know that. That's never been around.
I actually, I use this word carefully, but I think it's actually really quite simple how we got here. I really do. I think it's very, very simple. I think you have to trace, and I respect your group's nonpartisanship. I don't agree with it, but I respect it, because this is America. And if you didn't agree with me on a single policy point, we should still be able to sit here, go out and have dinner together and talk and be friends. We don't have to agree on policy points. I admire I admire and respect the nonpartisanship of your group. I'm glad there's Republicans in it. That makes me feel really good that maybe, not all hope is lost. But it's simple how we got here. It's simple. Rich people don't want to pay taxes. They hated the New Deal and they wanted it destroyed. And it starts with Nixon opening China to be, for all intent and purpose, free labor. It's the destruction of unions. When you eliminate tariffs and import taxes the way Reagan did, you can send everything over to China, get it made, and send it back here essentially for free. We're the only country on earth that's eliminated its tariff and import tax system, by the way. And it was tariffs and import taxes that funded the federal government in full until as early as 1919. This is rich people did this because they don't have enough. It's a psychopathy. In the same way the woman on the corner has 25 cats, or an old couple fills up their halls and spare rooms with newspapers and never throws them out, these people hoard money. And they don't want to pay. And the new generation of millionaires, multimillionaires, and billionaires have been created in a world where they never had to pay because Reagan cut all the taxes. The top marginal tax rate in this country, for every dollar over, folks, over, because you've been lied to about what a top marginal tax rate is. The top marginal tax rate for every dollar over $4 million earned when Reagan came to power was still 74%. It was illegal to pay CEOs with stock. Stock buybacks were illegal. Power companies and water companies, their profits were maximized. They were capped. And any extra money must have been spent on infrastructure. When is the last time the telephone pole in front of your house was fixed or straightened or replaced? The power lines in my development are buried. Power lines across huge swaths of this planet are buried so that every time you get a stiff breeze, the power doesn't go out. Or that you can't put your face on the internet because it's raining. We cut the top marginal tax rate from 74% to 25%. And then to make up some of the money, as deficits exploded, Reagan taxed unemployment benefits and Social Security benefits and Medicare benefits. Because after all, we gave all that money to the rich people. So the deficits obviously had to be poor people's fault. When Mr. Reagan came to power in January 20th, I'm stumbling, on January 20th, 1981, the United States had the largest middle class on the planet. Not just the sheer number of people in the middle class, but as a percentage of our population, because obviously China and India have more people. We were the largest creditor nation on earth. We loaned more money to all areas of the planet than any other country on earth. We were the single largest importer of raw materials and exporter of finished goods. We had no measurable homeless problem. We had no measurable mental health issue. And we had no measurable student debt problem. By the time Mr. Reagan left office, he had quadrupled the national debt. We were the largest debtor nation. We owed more money around the globe than we loaned. And we had become, in just 8 short years, the largest importer of finished goods and the largest exporter of raw materials. How we got here is really not terribly difficult. Just the income taxes alone on the top 1%, just the income taxes, not the capital gains taxes, not the ability to offshore your money, not the tax incentives for moving your jobs in your factory out of the United States. Yes, folks, we actually give companies tax credits for that. Just the income taxes alone on the top 1% since January 20th, 1981, have totaled now over $40 trillion. For someone like Amy and the work that she does, what could this country do with 40 trillion extra dollars? The capital gains tax rate was cut by Mr. Reagan from, I think, 35% down to 15%. You could then pay, he changed the rules so you could pay CEOs in stock. So if all you did all day was trade stocks, and if the only way you paid yourself was in stocks, and then you got liquid cash by selling those stocks, you only paid 15% tax on it. When you and I paid 25, 35, depending on the type of income we're talking about, straight income. How we got here is not difficult to know. And in my humble opinion, how to fix it is not difficult to know. It's called the New Deal. We did it before. And for a country that is in economic straits, even President Biden likes to talk a lot about how the economy has rebounded after COVID. And to a very great extent, it actually has. But the pillars of the economy are not strong. They're not. We have less. Think about the mortgage and banking crisis of 2008. We had seven, I think it is, major, like huge banks in this country. We now only have 5. It's worse. The student debt crisis has only doubled. Deficits and debts have skyrocketed under both administrations, or both types of administrations. Actually, President Obama paid down the debt. Paid down the deficit, did not pay down the debt. The debt, by the way, is a size of money that will never, ever get paid off. It is largely money that the country owes to itself. We sell treasury bills, it funds things, and so on and so on. But that's a different topic for a different day. How we got here, I don't think, is a mystery. How we get out of it is not a mystery. 37.4% of the private sector labor force when Reagan came to power was in a union. I think I have that right. I think it's 37.4. I'm in the ballpark if I'm not exact. The percentage of the private labor force that is unionized now is below 6%. Union wages set the bar for wages across the economy. 60%, 40% of the Medicare budget now goes to private insurance companies. 60% of the defense budget goes to private for-profit companies. The how we got here is not difficult. The how we get out of it is not difficult. We know the answers to solve these problems. The problem is what Amy has been talking about. How do you convince your neighbor that the answers to these problems are right in front of your face when they don't trust what's been put right in front of their face? I think that's perhaps that's the issue. And all the while that they can't even be convinced that Democrats or progressives or the few remaining sane Republicans actually do know how to help them if they were just forced to. And that, SNAP money, Medicare money, Medicaid money is not going to some invasion force of brown people coming across the southern border. It's there to help them. We know how we got here. We know how to get out of it. We just have to convince enough of the rest of us of these facts. What a shame. What a shame when so much of the percentage of the country has to be convinced of facts.
Well, uncomfortable truths, right? Like one thing we haven't touched on is the fact that all of this goes back to white supremacy. Really, it's
every
funny. Time someone says Reagan, I think of the welfare queen.
It's something, right, yeah, which is what Joe Manchin just said 2 weeks ago. But he mentioned welfare queens a couple weeks ago, by the way. But I almost wasn't. We know that there's a racial component to this. Perhaps the single largest reason that we don't have a national health care system, which, by the way, goes back to Ulysses S. Grant mentioned it, Teddy Roosevelt mentioned it, Franklin Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson was not exactly the most accepting guy of other folks of different colors. Is the racial component. We don't want Black people to get free health care. But West Virginia does not have a sizable minority percentage of population, unless I am wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But West Virginia is not exactly the most racially diverse state in the union, and yet
no,
you continue to deny yourself, not you obviously, but I mean you as a whole, continue to deny yourself. Why can't we have nice things, West Virginia? Why can't we have nice things? Why can't we have what California has? Or Washington, or Oregon, or New York, or New Jersey, or Connecticut, or Massachusetts, or the United Kingdom, or Germany, or Finland, or Sweden, or the Netherlands? Does the racial component of it, is that equally a component of it in West Virginia?
I think we would be remiss. The census shows about a 3% demographic, but and which president was it, Jeff, that said they divide the whites and the poor whites from the poor blacks, so like we're blaming each other and we don't pay attention to the fact that they're picking our pockets.
It's
that goes.
Yeah, there's a quote from Lyndon Johnson, actually, that if I can convince I'm going to butcher the crap out of it. I'll find it though, because I did save that somewhere. I saved a meme of it. I'll try to get it to George to post, but if I can convince the poorest white man among us that the black man is trying to take something out of his pocket, I can bitterly divide these two people against themselves and steal from both of them.
Yes.
I butchered the heck out of that. That is a massive paraphrasing right there, but I will see if I can find that while you are answering my non-question. But
yes, but I mean,
I'll see if I can find it.
And it goes right back. I was in a training years ago. I've been doing this now for 6 years. So probably right around then, with Reverend English, who was a West Virginian, but he worked with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And, he changed so much of my belief system when he told us that Dr. King wasn't killed over civil rights. They had achieved that. The reason that he was killed was because he was pushing for equity. And that sanitation strike was going to cost the government millions of dollars, and they weren't going to allow that to happen. And that being a lifelong West Virginian, where you said it's not very diverse, that really changed the way that I thought. That was a huge eye-opening experience for me, to have someone.
Well, I don't know if he was 100% right, but I do think, and say very often, and I have to say, folks of color do not always appreciate this when I say it. And I guess it's different for me to say it because I have no color. I'm damn near translucent with these studio lights, but I do think that the great lost section, chapters of the story of Dr. King is the economic message. We obviously focus on his racial equality message, but he marched with union strikers. He argued for economic equality in my mind. And it was just as important as anything he talked about with racial or educational equality. It was economic equality. He wanted poor whites and poor blacks to rise up and get better and do better for themselves, but also be given the opportunities to do better. I think it's I think it is the lost, tab, I guess you'd say, in the great flip book that is Dr. King. One of the lost chapters, the glanced over chapters, the understudied and underreported chapters are the economic equality component to this. He didn't care what color you were. He wanted you to be able to feed yourself. Yes,
but then we, whenever we talk about race, it makes us uncomfortable because we don't want to deal with the fact that, race that, again, just keep us divided, and to keep us from blaming somebody else for the problems at hand. And it's just I don't know. I don't think we could talk about any of this without talking about the white supremacist policies and the way that the country was, built on slavery. And here we still are, divided in awful shape. We
George,
have to talk about that.
Given George in his usual technical prowess has shown itself yet again. I did find the meme though, and folks, you will find the quote in the comments section, that other side of information, the comments section for this live program. I did find the meme. It was President Johnson was asked once why poor white Republicans repeatedly vote against their own best interests. And this was his response. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't know you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him someone to look down on. And I said doing that. I'm missing it. And he'll empty his pockets for you. That's what's going on in this country. Hasn't really gone on for the full 40 years or 50 years, really, since Nixon and Reagan, but certainly since the institution creation, since we have had Fox and the right-wing hate media machine put upon us. And we have convinced, there's another meme I have that Fox News, billionaires paying millionaires to convince you that poor people are the problem. That's what's happened. We have convinced too large a segment of our population that poor people of color are the real problem, no matter how poor the white population may become. We are not being divided by accident. We're being divided because then we are easier to conquer.
Absolutely. And united, we would be too strong and powerful of a force. The welfare system, when it first started, way back, it was for war widows. And they used to come in and if they found if your husband was killed, never came home from the war, and you were receiving any type of aid, and they found any object in your house belonging to a man, they would take your benefits away. So it's always been set up and designed to be a system in which you had to prove that you were worthy enough. You were poor enough. You have to convince people of that. That you've done everything you possibly can and suffered a great loss in order to require assistance. And the fact of the matter is that we're just not, we're not being paid well enough. And we don't have any of the benefits available that allow us to stand on our own 2 feet and to get out of this hole. Again, everyone wants to say the system is broken, but it's not broken. It's working exactly the way it's designed to work.
Spot on.
So what are we going to do?
It's working exactly the way it has been designed.
Yeah. And so what, I and the other organizers on the ground are trying to do is to bridge that divide, to bring people together and to start having these conversations in a way that'll empower us and to just change that dynamic so we can start pushing back.
But then the answer to that too, though, is, Amy, at least from my point of view, and I'm a partisan. I don't make any bones about it. I'm a Democrat. I'm a progressive Democrat. I'm a Kennedy New Deal Democrat. I believe in it because history shows us it worked. Not that we think it did, or not that aspects of it did. It worked, period, end of story. So if we've been convinced, if we concede the point that you just made, that the system is not rigged, well, it is rigged. The system is not broken, I think is the word that you used, and you are spot on. That's the right way to say it. I'm the one saying it the wrong way. You're saying it correctly. The system is not broken. It is rigged. It's working exactly the way these folks designed it. So why are we not able to make the case that the New Deal and everything that sprung from it, the largest middle class, largest industrial power in the history of the planet, richest nation in the history of the planet, almost universal employment, strong social safety net, unionization, a chicken in every pot, so to speak. Why are we losing the argument that when that system was in place, that was working exactly how it was intended?
I think in my case, I don't remember that, and so one of the points that keeps going through my mind, as I'm thinking about what's your next move, what's your next step, what's your next conversation, is it's the generational norm. So whenever we talk about generational poverty, if we don't start getting these kids and taking these opportunities that the Build Back Better would have provided for us to do better by our families, by all members of our families, right? Like I said in my testimony, poverty rolls off the backs of parents right onto the shoulders of kids, despite how hard we try. And so we have to create a community, and I think we have to start with our own communities, but we have to start changing that whole perception that this is the accepted norm. I grew up with a mother and a stepfather who worked 2 and 3 jobs. That was my norm. And so when I was, when I did what I did and I dropped out of school and I came home to work, I was working 2 and 3 jobs. If I hadn't had children, I probably would have still just accepted that as my norm. Right. Like there wouldn't have been any life shattering thing or reason for me to think there was something wrong with that, and then now I'm in this cycle where I'm trying to convince my kids, man, this is what this and this was when I was growing up. This is how this looks as an adult. I want you to break the cycle. And this is how we're going to do it within my family, but like I'm trying to recreate their norm for them, and so I think there's that.
Or
like,
redefine it.
Yes, redefine it. And so I don't have memories of the New Deal. That was something.
I don't either. I wasn't born then. I don't either. I'm older than you. I'm older than you. I'm older than everybody. But I certainly feel older than everybody. But I don't quote unquote remember it either. But you did. You grew up in a New Deal society, a couple of years less than I did. But, it's simple as it is as relatively simple as studying history. It's right there for us all to see. I often say nearly every week on the program that, and I can say this to you because we're roughly the same age. I think you said you were 50.
Yes.
So you're just I'll be 53 in June. So we're just we're in the same ballpark. That you and I, our generation, is the very first generation in the history of this country. In fact, going back to before this was a country, going back to when we were a colony or colonies. We're the first generation to economically do worse than our parents.
Well, and we've moved away from that too, right? We've really moved away from, how many conversations have you had with seniors? They're always let go before they're able to collect that pension. Whereas my grandfather worked at the same place for decades. And he was able to collect a pension. And with that came stocks. It was different. That was something that you were striving toward, was to be in the same place. And how many people do we really know who, at least from my experience from here, who are retiring in that sort of a manner nowadays? It's not, those are the first people that we want to let go, right? Or the elderly people.
Yeah, nobody is. Nobody's retired. I expect to work till I'm dead, but I do find it interesting. I know we talked earlier in the show about the disconnect with people. I find it fascinating when seniors, boomers. I know that's become a bit of a quirky meme. I don't mean it that way, but folks of the this greatest generation and baby boomers who say that who tend to be the most partisanly, quote unquote, conservative, or at least self-identified, they're the ones that grew up and benefited most from the New Deal and wouldn't be anywhere that they are without it. Yeah. But yet they're the first ones to complain about it and throw it under the bus. I find that absolutely fascinating. It is so infuriating and fascinating all at the same time that they took all the benefit from it, and now that someone else might, well, then now we got to shut it down. But to finish, so you have kids. I do not. Your kids are the second generation in the history of the country to do economically worse than their parents.
Yeah, it's
and when your kids have kids, I know they're a bit young, they'll be the third generation to do worse. than their parents. The only 3 generations to do economically worse off than the generations before them, the first 3, and it'll be 3 in a row.
When my daughter, like I said, she's looking at colleges, and we've had numerous conversations. I'm like, don't go and spend $50,000 a year for a bachelor's degree. When you come out of there, depending on where you live, you're only going to be pulling maybe 35 in salary. Like, let's have a real honest conversation about that. So it's kind of interesting for me to see how that plays out. Knowing what I know, from lived experience and from just what I know. But the conversations that we're having about how do you decide what your future is going to be, it's heavy stuff.
What do your kids say to you? I mean, they know what work you're in. I would assume that they're quite dialed in to policy and politics in society and economic news because they see what mom is doing. What do they say to you? Are they optimistic? Do they have hope? Do they have no hope? Are they pessimistic? Are they, even if they are connected and dialed in, do they see a future? Do they see what are those conversations? What are those the quote unquote kitchen table conversations inside your household?
I think it's kind of all of that.
That depends on the day kind of thing.
Yeah, it kind of goes back and forth. Like, one thing that I will say about my kids and their friends, they're far more accepting of diversity than any other generation that I know. They're constantly checking me, tone policing me, I guess, at times. But then
tone policing, I might have to steal that.
But then on the, on the plus side, on the opposite side of that, I was the only parent. And so my kids were really raised going to PTO meetings. Like I didn't go anywhere or participate in anything if my kids weren't welcome, and so they've really grown up with that, just being on the move and listening to my sermons, as they call them. But I think I
get labeled with that one too sometimes. I get on a roll and
Well, my oldest one is 17. So when she was about 13 years old, she overheard a conversation I was having with a friend where I was telling her what, about another conversation I'd had with a man, and the man had said, you're poor, and my daughter heard that, and she became really upset, and she interjected herself, and like she was really visibly upset about it. And I said, what's wrong? I mean, she liked the man I was talking about, and she's like, why did he have to say that? And I said, say what? And she said, why did he have to call you poor? And I said, well, I'm poor. And she's like, but why did he have to say that? Why couldn't he have said you're living in poverty? And I was like, that's kind of interesting. And I mean, she was crying by this point. And she said, whenever you say we're poor, people think your kids have dirty faces and no shoes and runny noses. And so that was a real eye opener for me, because
I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I was trying, I always thought and just assumed, I guess, because my kids had never said anything, that I was doing a huge service, by trying to change the way that word landed on folks, and to take a little bit of that shame away from the word. And so that was the first thing. And then that same child was always my girl. Like wherever I went, she was with me, and I was doing a forum here in our town about hunger and poverty. And I said, you coming? And she's like, nah. She was a freshman at this point. She's like, no. And I said, you're not coming? She's like, no. And I said, why not? And she said, because the news is going to be there, and you're always the one the news wants to talk to. And she had just started high school. And she said, for the first time in my life, no one knows you, and they don't know that I'm the poor kid. And so that was like the second moment that I had. And then when that testimony went a little viral.
Just a touch. And by the way, Amy's testimony that she's referenced a couple times. She's right. It did go viral. I found it on YouTube. I had posted that link in the comments section of this program. I have also posted it as a separate post at our home group page, That Other Side of Information.
Yeah, that was it was different. So by the time, I'm in the car driving home, and by the time I got home, it was like it had already been making its rounds across the internet. And I mean, like my phone was going ridiculously crazy, and my kids are like, "Mom, you're trending," And so then they went, "Oh my gosh!" Actually, my youngest came home from middle school one day and a couple of years ago, and she's like, "Do you know you have a Wikipedia page?" And I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "Yeah, my teacher made us Google ourselves, and I Googled you, and your name popped up in the Wikipedia page." So like I didn't even know that existed until that point. So now it's like this real because my presence is elevated, right? Like I live in a small place. And so I'm easily, I don't like to use the word famous, but I'm easily recognizable, and mostly often you're the woman on the news, but they're used to people coming up to me now in Walmart or wherever. I mean, even at the park, we've had conversations with folks who have seen my testimony and want to come and have a conversation about that. And so I'm really glad and grateful that my daughters are seeing that side of it now, that they're seeing a forward motion, because it does get kind of heavy, Jeff. And, to just walk through, like they've gone to community meeting after community meeting with me, and they hear the same things from people, now it's becoming a little easier for them to see that we are making forward motion, at least in numbers, and, getting more people involved or more easily involved, and that it can be a source of empowerment rather than a source of shame, and so like that was huge for me when my girls could start to frame it like that. My oldest daughter is torn between majors. She's shuffling between music therapy and political science, because she does know so much. And when she was 16,
those sound strangely unconnected, but yet terribly necessary to be connected all at the same time.
Yes. I'm like, you could create a whole new thing, right? But I think when she was 16 years old and I went to vote, we had this long conversation, because she had educated herself, and at least all of her friends had educated themselves. And I know they would have made a more, I'm going to call it a just vote, based on the real issues and where the candidates landed according to my daughter's beliefs and values. Like she would have been able to go in and cast an educated vote because she had done the research on all the candidates. And, there on the campaign trail, she had her favorite presidential candidate, and so the conversations are often around not so much policy, unless it's a real high end, like high profile policy, but about the people involved in the politics. She has her favorites and I have my favorites. A lot of times we just look at things differently, and so we're not always on the same team, but I at the end of the day, though, I trust my girls because they are trying to learn about the way it works. And it's exciting for me that maybe there are, hundreds of thousands of kids their ages that are reading the same articles and having the same discussions, because again, I wasn't raised to talk politics. It was never dinner time conversation. We didn't talk politics and we didn't talk religion,
So let me get back as we approach what should be around the end of the program. I know I can go to 9, but I actually really belong in another meeting at 8:00, but let me be repetitive a bit again, if I could. What are the solutions? When you are asked what the solutions are to this problem, what comes straight to your head?
I mean, because of what
is it changing tax policy? Is it just strengthening? I say just, almost with a wink, kind of in air quotes, but is it just strengthening the social safety net? Is it a minimum wage? Is it unionization? Is it a Finland style solution to the unsheltered, where they quite literally took counted how many unsheltered people they had, and the money they were spending on them per person, counted how many abandoned properties they have, and decided just to give them houses. I mean, is that because this, we have established, I think quite properly, this poverty problem is a choice. So what are the solutions? What now, why is somebody doing that? See, now somebody called me and they hung up. Am I doing that? Darn it. Am I doing that? I hope not. I really hope whoever that was. I apologize. I clicked the green button, which is supposed to mean go. George is sitting there laughing now because I can't even click on a green button. Someone was kind enough to call. Please ring back in. I don't know what happened. I possibly may have hit a wrong button. Sorry, Amy, but just so what are the solutions?
I mean, I think that we have to really start examining the systemic barriers, you know, and dismantling all these oppressive systems. You know? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but why do I keep green button? Caller, welcome to the program. Your first name and where you are calling from, please.
Christopher from Chester County.
Hey, Chris, how are you, my friend?
Good.
Chris, I'm so sorry because I see your name. Well, I don't have it saved as your name, but now that I see the number, I see that it popped up here a lot. You tried so hard to get through us that I am so
fine.
sorry.
I'm used to coming on this phone.
That's right.
With the Zoom, so I'm getting used to different technology. So, hello everybody in Radio Land out there. I'm back here again, and I was just, when we were talking on it earlier, a couple of things I was thinking about. You know, we talked about this narrative around $15 an hour minimum wage at 40 hours a week. But the reality is the average work week in America is 34.4 hours. So you work in some type of grocery store or something, and they don't want to have you go into overtime, so they never give you that full 40 hours because you might have to work an extra hour. So you have that. And the minimum wage is really $7.25. And on top of that, you have taxes. And in Pennsylvania, if you're working that, you're making $10,000 a year. You're living in poverty, working full time. And my question to Amy is about that. Do you have people in West Virginia who are like frustrated, living in poverty, and they end up voting Republican because they look at the taxes getting taken out of their check, and they just hear that Republicans are going to cut taxes, and Democrats are not communicating how they're going to lift those other people out of poverty? I was wondering, Amy, if that was what your viewpoints were on that.
I'm going to have to speak from just my my personal relationships with folks that I do life with, right? I think that's one of the ways. And I think another big problem in the breakdown is that, like you said, Democrats just aren't explaining stuff in simple enough terms a lot of times, right? Like, I mean, I don't know.
That bumper sticker mentality.
Yeah. And I mean, honestly, real talk, like right now, I don't have the time to sit and try to explore and educate and research, you know, and do deep dives into things because I'm busy, you know. And so the simpler it can be for me, the better off I am. And the more I like it and the more I'm going to engage with it, you know. And I think that was maybe one of Trump's specialties, you know, is that he came in here, he didn't dress up what he said what he said, and he meant it. If it was wrong, it was wrong. If it was right, he was right. He owned it, you know. And I think that was one of the reasons why he became so popular, you know, is because he was just different and he spoke to people differently. But it was a way where you didn't have to have, you know, a group of academics sitting in a room to understand it or to explain it, you know, right or wrong. He said it in a way that we can understand what he was saying. And I think that is one of the parts that we need to make sure that we do better. You know, I think that we need to start speaking in a language that everyone understands. Like Jeff, when you were talking about all that tax stuff earlier, my head, like I found myself getting distracted because I don't understand that system. And, you know, it's like in the weeds for me. And it's one of those systems that I know I don't have the time right now to understand because I'm busy, right? Like I'm busy in a reactionary stance right now as an organizer. But I think I'm really glad you brought that up because I don't think that both sides do an equal an equal job of getting the message out. You know, what does that look like, and what's it going to take to be able to say this in a way that people are really going to understand it and not feel as if they're being talked to in a manner on purpose that they can't understand. I think that has
Well,
a
what
lot to do
about
with
that disconnect, though, Amy? Okay, so Trump boiled down things into short, simply understandable little sound bites. He also ran in 2016 on Bernie Sanders' platform. He was going to cut taxes on regular people, quote unquote, regular people. He's going to raise taxes on people like me, on rich people. He was going to reinstitute a massive tariff system and put us back on par with the rest of the world. He was going to, bring manufacturing home. He was going to give us all something better than Obamacare, cheaper and more comprehensive. Of course, he didn't use comprehensive. That's a big word. And delivered absolutely none of it.
Do you know what I remember?
So then how does he win Virginia by 40 points?
Do you remember what I remember him saying? He's bringing coal back. And I'm not even a coal miner. I don't even have coal miners in my family. But that's the one thing that I remember him saying.
And coal production continued to shrink in West Virginia during his term.
Yes, mines are still shutting down.
So then what am I missing? I realize I guess I keep asking you the same question in about 100 different ways, and I apologize. It actually really isn't my goal, but what am I missing? What are Chris and I missing as prominent Democrats here in Pennsylvania? Well, Christopher's prominent, not me so much, but as people inside the party here in Pennsylvania, what are we missing? When a man like Trump runs on a Bernie Sanders progressive platform, delivers nothing other than a border war and an $8.5 trillion tax cut, what am I missing?
I mean, I think maybe again it goes back to language and filling in those blanks. Those things didn't work. But like, what are we being told, and what other options are we being given in a language in a like, I guess, almost pertinent way that we understand? And then, like, I really think that's what he did the best. I think he appealed to people and got people engaged. I mean, one of the things that really stands out to me is that I voted in the same polling place for 20 some years, almost 25 years, never had to wait in line until Trump ran for president. And then I had to wait in enormous lines. And, the same poll workers had been there for the same 25 years with me. And they had said they'd never seen anything like it. So what exactly is that? And then what is the other, what is the Democratic Party lacking in the fact that they just can't seem to get the message across as well and as thoroughly as he did?
True. We don't have any reality game show hosts running for high office in this party. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, but I also think, again, I just think it was the way that the whole thing was presented. He came in here and he presented himself where he could have been that uncle that shows up on Christmas, then you don't see or hear from him again for the rest of the year, and he was reachable and kind of like, man, if he could be president, then my kids can be president, and I will have to say that that's something I've never really looked at a Democratic candidate and thought, man, he makes this look easy. Or she, or she makes this look easy, like, or attainable or reachable, and so I do think that there's something to be said just about that, about the fact that he almost seemed like one of us with money.
Chris, isn't that a sad observation that we have facts, one of my favorite rants, facts, science, data, and history on our side, and we still can't present it?
I think it's that, and two, I think we come off as this, at least this is what I find from rural organizing, when they talk about like the East Coast elitism, it kind of is our policies are focused not enough, but we don't have a good message and a clear understanding for people who live in rural areas. We're concerned about tax cuts, on the SALT tax cuts, on people making $400,000 a year. We passed up this last bill, this Build Back Better, even part of it, and part of the thing was there was the SALT tax repeal, which goes to rich people. Like when Democrats were talking to talk, but then when we look at some of the tax policies that we're promoting, I mean, I don't see families, you know what I mean? Like, how do West Virginians, I guess this would be my question, really care about like the SALT tax in other states? Like, is that the type of stuff that I just wonder, like, in like those type of states, how does that impact them? You know what I mean? The SALT tax is being able to write off when you're making over like $100,000 a year. You can write off all your state income tax.
Right. Your state and local property taxes were capped in blue states, by the way, in the 2017 Paul Ryan, Mitch McConnell, Trump, Republican tax cut. They were capped in blue states. In New York, in New Jersey, in Connecticut, in California, Washington, Oregon, Massachusetts.
Well, yeah, but in states like Georgia too, though, other states too. So I do wonder though, like with the SALT tax repeal that we were like fighting so hard in that, I know Republicans were like hammering us, and then do they look at us as hypocritical? I'm wondering, Amy, do you kind of see it that, like, do you think people look at it kind of like, oh, the Democrats are just really for the rich people in those big fancy city high-rise apartments?
You know what? That might be a really nice way of putting it, really honest way of putting it. And coming from someone who lives in a very rural state, I'm sitting here, I'm going back to when I first started organizing, and I'd travel from where I live across the state. And when people would ask where I lived, I'd tell them, and they'd make a comment like, oh, y'all are uppity. And I'm like, we're not uppity. But then I come back home and I think back to where I'd just been from, and I was like, dang, we're kind of uppity. It's so I think there is kind of I think there is that disconnect. Is what does the Democratic Party need to do to appeal to the rural parts of the nation? I think they could do a better job of that. And first of all, visit us more. Don't just have town halls and this is my personal ism. I call it ism, like my trigger. But don't just go to the poorest county in the nation and do a town hall. And I don't need you riding in here on your white horse. I don't need you to come in here with all your cameras and stuff and take stories from my folks and extract them to make us look like, we're destitute. And, like it was said by our senator, we don't need you to come home and explain why this matters. Like, we know why this matters. We're living this stuff. We get it. We're the ones that hurting, and so it is kind of like this elevated way of communicating, in my opinion. And I think that's really awesome that you raised that up, because there is a difference between rural states and non-rural states, and it's a whole different mentality, and we have our own culture, and we have things that work and we have things that don't work, and so who's tapping into that from both sides of the aisle? And I think that is definitely probably the biggest part of the disconnect, And
I do have one more question for you, Amy. I won't try to hog up this phone call too much, but I wondered what your thoughts were, or if you got to organize with Major Ojeda.
No, I've met Richard Ojeda a couple of times in the past, but we have never worked together.
Do you think he could win in West Virginia versus like Joe Manchin or one of the Republicans? Do you think like somebody like that is the future of the Democratic Party?
I really don't know, to be honest with you, because we have so many different regions here in West Virginia, and we have so many different fan favorites. I think it's going to be someone who can relate to everybody across the board, on both sides. And I'm saying that because I think that there's going to be a need to reach those conservative Republicans, to be able to bring them, to at least to the middle, right? Like, we need someone that's going to run in the middle. But another thing is, and I may be off base. Some people might yell at me for what I'm about to say, but there is this whole national energy that comes in here, and they do almost like I read some stuff on Twitter where people were like, somebody needs to go to West Virginia and tell them, somebody needs to go to West Virginia and teach them.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
As if you can't do any research on your own or read the newspaper or watch TV on
We
your
have
own.
that in Pennsylvania. I've
Yeah,
complained about that here. Like,
It's awful. And so
is.
like first of all, you're not gonna get across the border, right? Like, because we're not gonna listen to you. You know what I mean? You've already offended us. And so I think one thing that we could really use help with, and again, people might yell at me and tell me I'm off base, but if people want to invest in West Virginia, then invest in funding West Virginians to do the work, because we know what it's like here. And we know the places that are being reached as opposed to the places that aren't being reached. And I think that's one thing that I hope the national folks really understand, is that you can't come in here and pretend like we don't already know, because you're not going to get very far. And a part of that, again, is our culture, and you're going to get a lot further if you really empower the people who are from here. And that goes for either party, but stop talking to us like we don't understand and that we don't have any books or libraries, or, we have internet. Like I told Jeff, some of my relatives still have dial up, but they can at least get on long enough to read an article, It's so like, just stop treating us like we're that child that needs all the special love and attention, and just really start investing in us and helping us empower ourselves.
And I just remember something that I really learned from Black Caucus, and they often told us to don't talk at us, talk to us. And this is some of the training they said. And I said, wait a minute, I have to go with, maybe I need to do that with every person, because I don't want to be talked at. I want to be talked to. I want people to talk to me. And I wonder, are you kind of feeling like people are coming outside the state, talking at you, and the Democratic Party is like almost becoming orthodox? Like, if you don't follow this line, you're not allowed to party. I'm wondering if that's kind of what you're feeling, because that's kind of what I'm hearing a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's new energy right now in the Democratic Party in West Virginia, to be honest with you. And I think it's because younger folks are starting to get involved. I think that's the key, right, is getting the younger people involved. And, like I tell my daughters all the time, I'm like, we're just like knocking the weeds down, but we're getting tired. Like, your generation is going to have to come in here and really see and really get this stuff done. Like, I would love to think that at the end of my life, I could look back and think of all these wonderful, earth moving moments that we had with political wins and policy wins and stuff. But I don't think I'm going to. And I think my daughter's generation will have a much better chance of doing that. And so, again, I think it would be worthy to come in here and start investing in the youth. And back to the political education and that civic engagement piece, and trying to just make a more inclusive movement. Did I answer your question at all?
Oh, I was the Veterans Caucus chair for the Young Democrats of America, and I also sat on the Mid-Atlantic board, and I actually worked directly with the West Virginia Young Democrats. And it's exactly what I would see. The energy is there, and they're just so motivated. And but I also kind of seen how you're like, all these people were coming in telling people like what they need to do in West Virginia, and it was like, you have to reach out to that kind of conservative. It's just a different voter, and we have 50 states. We're not going to have. I think it'd be hard to have one message, you know what I mean? But if you have 50 states and you get 70 Democratic senators, you hopefully can pass something. I mean, there's been a time of 70 Democratic senators in this country. That's not out of the reach of the realm of what the Democratic Party. That's our full potential is 70. Being real,
yeah, well, Chris, I always say that too. Like, that's one of my things, is stop talking about us and start talking to us. Which I think is along the same vein as to what you're saying. And then also, West Virginia is about to lose a seat. We're bleeding population here. Like, somebody needs to put a tourniquet on West Virginia. And so we lost a seat. So right now we have 3 reps and we're about to go up to only 2. So it'll be an interesting race. A lot of people are wondering how this will play out because no one's willing to lay any odds right now. So we're about to be in for some sort of change. I just don't know which direction that's going to go. But like also, I kind of want to say this too. Whenever I'm defeated, it makes me want to work harder. And I would hope that I was raised in a Democratic family, and I would hope that the Democrats want to come in here and talk to the people in the party, the people leading the party, to find out what they think they need, and to be able to like meet them where they are, and to see what they can do to gain some more ground in the state. West Virginia is a right to work state. Like all those things you mentioned a little bit ago, Jeff, we could have checked all the boxes, right? Mm-hmm. We could have checked every single box. And so also, how do we explain the fact, like, I know a woman who was running for office and she was in the Dollar General store behind a woman who was swiping her SNAP card. And she's like, hi, I'm running for office, blah, blah, blah. And the woman's like, you're lying. Everything you just said were lies. And she's like, I couldn't get the woman to understand that as she was standing there swiping that SNAP card, that there was that party she was supporting that was cutting the benefits. And so like there has to be some way that we could just get. I mean, I know what, Jeff, you can roll your eyes if you want to. I'm laughing at you, but like, especially with the work I do, I really come at it with what do we need to have an improved quality of life. I don't care if you bleed blue or red or orange or purple, but what do we have to do at the end of the day to have a better quality of life? And I really think that if we could find a language that would appeal to people to help them understand where we are and where we could go, that's going to do a lot of good in the long run. But I also think that a lot of that work and that heavy lifting is going to have to be with the youth.
No, and that's exactly how you have to approach it. And by the way, you don't need my sign off on how to approach it. You're the one there doing the work. My opinion is irrelevant. I only roll my eyes because I am stunned. I continue to be gobsmacked by that lack of connection, that lack of intellectual honesty, or that somehow a chosen cognitive dissonance between the fact that the party you continue to vote for is not exclusively, but damn close responsible for why you are where you are, and then continuing to vote for them as if somehow it's going to change. Again, I look through things sadly, maybe sadly, at more of a partisan view than you. And you can't necessarily do that in your chosen area of advocacy. You need every single human being on board with you to push forward. But I continue to be absolutely dumbfounded by that level of I'm gonna make some enemies now. You're probably not gonna like this. I think there's a difference between dumb and stupid. Dumb is when you put your hand on the red hot burner and you burn it because you didn't know that that's what that meant. Stupidity's doing it again.
Yeah, but also,
and I don't think your friends, neighbors, family. I don't believe that the people of West Virginia are stupid. I don't.
No, we're not
But
stupid.
I don't understand how we keep, and we do it in Pennsylvania. But I mean, let's be honest. We do it here too. How we keep doing the same damn thing. You talk about how West Virginia did not used to be so red, or we did earlier in the program. I can name you a whole bucket full of states that didn't used to be. All of New England used to be solid blue. These farm states used to be solid blue. It was Democrats that took care of them. They've been convinced otherwise with no factual evidence to support it whatsoever. And that's what I find mind-boggling. The good and decent human beings of West Virginia, of Idaho, of Montana, of the Dakotas, of Vermont and New Hampshire and Maine, They don't want anything different than anybody else. They just want a fair shot. You're not getting a fair shot. And the party that you keep voting for is the one who's not giving you that fair shot.
Do you think?
I'm
and Chris, I'll be
dumbfounded by it.
Chris, I'll be interested in your answer to this. Do you think that we're just being out organized?
Okay.
Outspent.
Outspent, yes, and out strategized. Let me.
That's a great word for it.
Yes.
Strategize.
Yes.
That's a great word for it.
The Republicans were very cognitive of how to control their narrative, and they are better at that than us. We try to put policy first and value second. Republicans talk in value. We were trying to talk about policy, that woman behind there, about the food stamp and all that stuff. That's what I kind of assumed is going on. And to kind of, we talked about Joe Manchin here tonight. He's a very strategic person. I will give you that. He has some strategy, some plan, some way, and conservatives have, and he calls himself a conservative Democrat. Conservatives, George Lakoff found that they have a massive communication machine that is amazing. And you look at a lot of the places where where Republicans are really holding out still strong. You know what they don't have? Access to high-speed internet. So Republicans control all the media. You can't go on HuffPost. I found it really interesting in kind of like the areas when the internet came more towards, it was rural areas, but it came out there with my Army guys, and they were very neutral. And then I started seeing these articles by Huffington Post, and it was the stereotypical white, straight, military guy that you would think would be Republican. But they had access to the internet, and they started reading things from Huffington Post, and they abandoned the Republican Party because they actually got better narrative. They got better stories. They got better control of the narrative. And I agree. We come in and we're saying, well, here are the policies. We come from our highfalutin colleges, and we study in a logical way. And here are the logical policies. And you do the math, and you figure it out. And the Republican says, I just value your family, and I'm going to cut the taxes to make it better for your family. And what happens?
The taxes get cut on the top 1% in the corporations is what happens.
Oh, yeah. No, well, they'll give you a $2 tax cut and say, well, what was it?
And most of the 27
talked about like you could do a $4 tax cut we did for families.
Yeah, but most of the 2017 tax cut was not a tax cut. It was a restructuring of the withholding table.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why everybody owed.
Yep. But they got like there was one tax.
It's like $4 a week.
Yeah, it was $4 a week. And then the Republican went on there and started talking about like what you could do with that $4 a week.
And then you owed 10 times that at the end of the year because it was really only your withholding that was changed.
It's Madison Avenue. It's that mindset, and I think
But let's talk about values then.
Absolutely.
Amy, there's a significant Christian population in West Virginia. What the hell is Christian about what's being done to them currently?
Well, I think in order to have that discussion, we also need to have the discussion about one issue voters.
Fair.
Yep.
I'm desperate, and I have been for nearly, we're in our third calendar year now. April will be our third full year. Probably for at least half of the time that this program has existed, I've been desperate to get a member of the clergy on so that we can discuss the difference between Christianity and evangelicalism, because they are two separate things. There's a significant church-going population in West Virginia. I'm just curious that if for the three of us here, whether we are deeply religious or deeply into our faith or Christian or not Christian for that matter, I happen to be a Christian myself. I'm not a regular churchgoer, but I consider myself a Christian individual. What of the actual wording, intent, lessons, parables of the New Testament specifically, how much of that is being lived out in the system, Amy, that you and I talked about before, the intentionally set up, rigged, designed system? How much of that is genuinely Christian? Because quite frankly, and I got to be honest, I don't think this is an opinion. I actually tend to think it's fact. None of it. The truth is none of it.
Yeah, I happen to agree with you. But again, I don't even know if I'm the right person because I'm like, I think Jesus was an organizer. You know,
and the apostles lived a socialist lifestyle.
yeah.
If one of them got a loaf of bread, it went into the communal basket. If one of them made some money, it went into the communal basket. They lived as a commune.
Yeah, and Jeff, when at Christmas time, I kicked around this idea. I'm like, man, Mary and Joseph would have been the people that the Build Back Better package would have really benefited.
They're the ones that would have been kept on the other side of the wall.
Yeah. So I don't even know. I have my own very strong opinions about that. That I don't know if this is the right forum for my opinions.
If I didn't want your opinion on things, I wouldn't have asked you to be on the program. So for you to come on such a small, humble, homegrown program as ours, when you have sat in the halls of Congress and talked to Jon Stewart, I mean, you just elevated this program a long way. I got to be honest about that. I mean, we're nowhere in that league. So it's been kind of you to be here, but I wouldn't have asked you to be here if I didn't want your opinion. I mean, I know that's one of those things that you don't talk to crazy Uncle Larry about religion at Thanksgiving dinner. You don't talk politics either, and I'm not a theologian by any means. I'm not a member of the clergy. I'm just a man who happens to believe, if you really read and digest the teachings of Christ, nothing that we're doing in this economy is Christ-like. Nothing is Christian that we're doing here. And the evangelicals have turned it into a money-making organization. Remember, it was Joel Osteen's big mega church in Houston after Hurricane Harvey. And the city came to him and said, could we use your church as a shelter? And he said, no, I don't want those people in my church. This isn't about religion.
Yeah.
It's not about faith. It's about money. Evangelicalism is about money. It's a business. Christianity is about people.
I left the organized church just a handful of years ago because of that exact thing. I didn't feel as if I was called to sit on my butt in the seat and not do anything outside. I thought it was very specific what we were called to do. We were called to not only love one another, but we were also called to take care of those who were poor and who were suffering, and so I had a huge conflict there. And I felt
as you have done to the least among us, you have done unto me.
Yeah. I mean,
Lord, how do we get into heaven? Said Peter. And Jesus said, you feed the hungry, you clothe the naked. But Lord, we have never seen you in that condition. I'm paraphrasing now. Of course, I can't quote the Bible chapter and verse. But Lord, we have never seen you in such a state. As you do to the least among me, you do unto me. And that opens the kingdom of heaven.
One of the things that I used to say that would really unnerve people was that there's no account really of how long Joseph was in Jesus's life, how long he lived. And I'm like, so Jesus was really raised by a single mom. So why are we making things so freaking hard out here for single mothers and single fathers?
Exactly.
I mean, and
so I'm recalling the church in, oh, darn it. Somebody's going to Google it and find it. I'll try to Google it while you guys are talking. I want to say it was in the southern part of Indiana where they set up a nativity and then put a fence and put a jail cell around it. Gosh, I got to find that. Let me see if I can find that. Because they were wandering immigrants, weren't they?
Well, I think there's been a progressive or liberal church rebirth. And I when I first came out as gay, I watched this documentary called For the Bible Tells Me So, and it was these liberal ministers who were explaining to the Bible how to take it in context, how God was written, how it was in the time, and I seen them, and they were all Ivy League. They went to Harvard for divinity school, and they went to Yale to divinity school, and then I went to find out about Pat Robertson, where he went. He went to Yale, but he went to Yale to be a lawyer. And he's a poli-sci degree, I believe, is his undergrad degree.
And he's a billionaire too, by the way, now, Pat Roberts.
He's a billionaire.
Quite literally a billionaire.
A lawyer, to me, is a politician. Now, I mean, I've worked with many lawyers, and I elect lawyers. I'm not trying to talk, well, I have my own feelings on lawyers. I understand. There's a lot, I don't judge people based on that, but the fact that you're going into ministry when you're a lawyer, and all he's concerned about is who's getting elected, and the judicial bench, like, you hear him, and it's like, you're a lawyer talking. You're not a minister. We built our country on the separation of church and state.
And remember, Chris, I think Chris has become a close friend, and I'm very honored and humbled to say that. He's also been a guest on the program repeatedly. We've discussed veterans issues. We discussed cars, and he was part of the roundtable of our last program of the year. And I think I mentioned when you were on, Chris, and I have mentioned on the program several times, that one of the greatest debates at the Constitutional Convention was between the largely the southern states, but not exclusively. Massachusetts was also wrapped up in this debate as well. And Jefferson wanted, and the argument was literally came down to two words: of and from. Jefferson wanted the separation of church and state and the freedom regarding religion to state that you had in this country freedom from religion. And he lost that debate, and we now have the freedom of religion. And also the opening statement, I have it in a meme, I would have to try to find it. The opening line of the Treaty of Tripoli, the first foreign treaty signed by the United States and ratified by the Senate, opens, and again, I'm very butchering my paraphrasing here, that the United States, having been not found in any way on the Christian religion, and proceeds from there. So why do I say all this? Does that make any of us here anti-religion? No. But I do think there's a difference between evangelicalism. Joel Osteen's an evangelist. So was Falwell, and Falwell Jr. So is Pat Robertson. Again, he's a billionaire. He's quite literally a billionaire. The quote unquote pastor who was not a few months ago, one of you may remember, I think it was only a few months ago, it may be longer. My concept of time sometimes is pretty awful. Who was stumping to his congregation that he needed a new private jet, and they should really contribute to it, to the point where several senior citizens emptied their bank accounts so he could have a brand new private jet. Nothing. It seems to me that if you were genuinely Christian, or that it means anything to you, or you understand the teachings, even if you are not a person of faith, there's nothing in the evangelical movement, there's nothing in the way that the economy of this country is currently constructed. There's nothing in trickle down. There's nothing in massive tax cuts for the rich that is Christian. Christ himself said, it wasn't it Christ, by the way, that turned over the money changers in the temple? And wasn't it Christ that said it's easier to guide or to pass a camel through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven?
Indeed, it was. It was indeed. I'm going to see what I can do, Jeff, about getting you a clergy person who will talk to you.
I've actually been kind of Patricia again. Amy has stepped up and said, "Surprise! I know a guy."
Oh, I know somebody too. I know somebody who I have a vet Lutheran minister.
Oh, I've reached out to several clergy in the history of this program, and it's just, I just don't know if they just don't want to touch the subject. And God, and no pun intended, God bless them. That's their choice. They have no obligation to come to this program, but I think it's a fascinating discussion that as evangelicals become more and more radicalized, as the general population of the country attends church on a regular basis less and less, and a smaller percentage of us even identify as Christian, that we uphold, and again, very generally broad brushed across society, certainly across policy and government, we uphold none of it. We uphold none of it.
I will say this. I think part of the problem is the more people who are more progressive and left in the ministry and our ministers are really about separation of church and state. And they don't want to politicize the church. And it becomes this kind of, and yet what they've done is they've given this huge platform to the right. These people are corporatists. They're not
Correct.
They're not ministers. They're corporate. They're careerists. This is a career. They look at these places to they're billionaires, to become billionaires. And my experience in organizing, it's very hard to get ministers to come out and kind of like counter a lot of that. And it just is very, it's a hard needle to thread, because I do see their point about the separation of church and state, but like at these times, I think we need people to come on there and explain the other view, the other side of information, if you will, in terms of the religious aspect. And one of the things I noticed, another thing and then I'll leave you folks here. I gotta get going, but was that the word gospel, the gospel movement was usurped by evangelical, because you're sharing the gospel. Well, you're evangelizing. This is how they do their communication work, right? Well, we're evangelicals. We're evangelizing. The gospel movement was to incorporate a lot of Black church and these big communities. And if you go to gospel events, the full gospel, it was very integrated. I was raised in a very gospel church. It was white. Well, it was mixed. It was really mixed. But then our vacation Bible school was integrated. All the churches, the Black churches, the white churches, all the kids got together, and it was integrating society. And you look at the history, and you look what the evangelicals were. They were a bunch of white Baptist racists. Call it what they are. They're racists who wanted to come out in this movement, and they wanted to separate this gospel movement and take people away from the gospel, actually the reality of how Jesus would be, and this movement, because all of a sudden you were having your Jimmy Carters come up, and the South was changing.
Yeah.
And they took television, and they used Hollywood or whatever you want to call it, and they went on there, and they really did some heinous, sinful behavior. I will call it that. For what they have done to the Black community, it is dreadful how hard and painful a lot of these white supremacists still are. Okay, and they're still in there. And that's what the part is. A lot of those evangelicals, that's what needs to be called out, what it really is, unfortunately.
Chris, thanks for being part of the program as always, my friend.
Yes,
so
thank you.
Grateful to you.
And thank you for having me. You have a good night, everybody out there in Radio Land. Bye-bye.
Bye, Chris. Jeff, I'm going to have to take off too. It's starting to get loud here. People are starting to mill around a little bit.
Let me just close with you the way I close with every guest. The floor is yours. If there is anything that we did not get to discuss that you want to bring up, anything that you don't think we got to put a lid on, that we discussed. How do people find you? How do they contact you? How do they follow Rattle the Windows, follow your work, join you in your work? I just open the floor to you, carte blanche. Have at it.
Cool. Thanks. I have a website, rattlethewindows.com. I'm also on Facebook, Rattle the Windows, Twitter, Rattle the Windows. I have an Instagram account that I really haven't had time to dig into. I admire your TikTok account because I have a name on TikTok and that's all. So I admire that. But one thing that I really want to just impress upon folks, like you said earlier, if you think you don't know someone who's struggling from poverty, you're probably wrong, because poverty has a lot of different levels and a lot of different depths. And so if this is something that really stirs your heart, then I would hope that you would support grassroots organizations within your own community. Support them. We're always in need of allies that have the privileges of time off work and, just more time in the day, I guess, to go over and do some of the heavy lifting that sometimes is a little higher risk for us. And just to keep pushing for the change and, just remember that when we lift the bottom, the top floats, and to just help us keep pushing for stuff that's going to help us to all have a better quality of life and to break through some of the stereotypes and the division.
Fair enough. Thank you for being here. Hold on. I will take care of this in a second. Hold on. Thank you so much for being here. I mean, you have interviewed with some real big heavy hitters, and I am not one of them. So I am beyond grateful that you came here to join us. I do have one piece of bad news for you.
What is that?
And that is that you are part of the family here at the Kennedy Effect now, and I will call on you again. And I very desperately hope that this will not be the only time that you join us. The door to this program is always, always, always open to you. If you should have a big happening at Rattle the Windows, or you're going to be appearing somewhere, or a demonstration, a rally somewhere, more testimony, please, you are welcome to come here and let us know about it so that we can help you. And welcome to the family. Thank you. I don't have enough thank yous. I don't have enough thank yous for you, but please know that you're part of the family, and I hope that very, very much hope this is not the only time that we see you.
Thanks, Jeff. This has been fun. You made me think. You've left me with a lot to ponder and a lot to think about. So I'm just grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Well, again, we're the lucky ones. You gave us a lot to think about and a lot of knowledge, and I truly, I can't say it enough. Please don't hesitate to come back and visit us again, and please keep us up to date on what you're doing. We're always here for you to tell us about the important work that you're doing.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
And you guys stay safe and healthy down there. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll talk to you soon again, I'm sure.
You got it. You know where to find me. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I have to thank Patricia, as well.
We thank Patricia. We're not thanking Pat. We're thanking Patricia.
Yes. All right, y'all. I'll see you soon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a great night.
Bye. You too. Bye-bye.
That is Amy Jo Hutchison of Rattle the Windows, a fierce advocate on behalf of bettering the conditions of those in poverty, and especially abject poverty. I mean, think about some of the things that she mentioned. Not just no broadband, but no internet at all, dirt floors, no running water, electricity being shut off if you have it at all. This is you're talking about areas of the country that you would have to go back to the 20s and 30s to visualize or see. Again, if you can look on YouTube, you can find, I'm sure, the old movie tone news and network news as they followed Bobby Kennedy through the interior parts of the Deep South, where he saw not just folks of color, but white folks living in shacks made of garbage wood and cardboard and newspaper, with outhouses and no electricity, and they lived on whatever they could grow, and they did odd jobs. The kids did not go to school, they didn't bathe, they never saw a doctor. And even after all of the tremendous, monumental, fundamental transformation that the New Deal did in this country, there were still large sections of the country that looked like that. And it's actually returning. It's returning to this country. Again, the United Nations now monitors the United States like a third world country. Doctors Without Borders operates here. They don't even go to sub-Saharan Africa anymore. They operate here. This isn't who we are. This is not who we are. It just isn't who we are. Go ahead, Randall, before we wrap up.
Yeah, I gave you one name of one of my closest.
Well, let's deal with that off. We don't need to deal with that here.
Okay, we won't deal with that here. And I have another brother from Warren Wilson that I will send to you.
Fair enough.
Is a conservative evangelistic in Kentucky. So, yeah, I will try and get them to reach out to you, and hopefully they won't want to get on your program.
Let's hope. Let's hope so. I'm not a bad guy.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that, Jeff.
Fair enough.
But this was one of your best shows, in my opinion. That I've been, I discovered you in, I think, September 2021, maybe August. And I've been following you ever since. I became a follower on, your Facebook page.
Well,
I can't tell you, Jeff, how much it means to meet a passionate, progressive Democrat like myself. It almost makes me want to cry to be able to find a brother like yourself. And
well, keep them coming, kid. Keep the, just keep it coming. Keep the folks coming. If they want to, that would be great. Keep them coming. Let's set a new goal for.
I want to say one last thing, Jeff. I know you got to go eat. You haven't eaten.
I have not eaten dinner. I got to be honest. I really haven't.
I understand that.
I should have. That's my own fault. I should have.
Slipping away to go to the bathroom. I would.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, that's got to happen too. But I was trying to keep that out of it. But yeah, that's got to happen too. To be honest.
Well, the last thing I want to say is that we live in Pennsylvania. And way back in the early...
Yeah, there's whole swaths of this state that absolutely repel when they hear that. I know we can look at it that way, and to be fair, I've used that term too. It just doesn't. All it does is make it. It's like turtles. It makes them stick their head inside the shell, and then they don't hear anything. But I understand why.
I've been using Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I went to college down south.
Oh yeah.
In Appalachian, 1970. And
I get it. I get it.
Classmates from Kentucky and Tennessee and Western North Carolina and Northern Georgia.
Yeah.
And I said, and they gave their experiences
Right.
with their lives, black, white, whatever.
Right.
And I gave my experiences. I said, yeah, I grew up in Pennsylvania because it's just the same as what's going on in Kentucky or Tennessee or Northern Georgia or Western North Carolina. It's the exact same thing going on. There's liberals, there's progressives, there's conservatives, and there's right wingers. And that's what I wanted to say.
You got it, my friend. Hey, keep the folks coming. Let's see if we can let's set a new member goal for 2022, and let's get after it.
All right, I'm going for it.
Whether it we'll pick a number, 1,500 maybe, who knows, or maybe 12, whatever the heck. We'll pick something and we'll set ourselves a new goal. But thank you as always for being here. Don't ever think that I don't appreciate it. Every single time I do. I appreciate it very much. And please, not just to Randall, but everybody, get your friends and family, your coworkers, if you're active in the party, your other party members, if you're a member of a Facebook group that would accept the program where I might possibly do not currently share it, let me know. If they'll take it, let's share it. But let's just keep this thing growing through 2022. And yet again, George is really going to want to quit on me because I'm approaching 4 hours. He hates when I get to 4 hours. And let's not forget that we properly plan to take the program to Wednesday evenings. Probably just an hour, 9 to 10, because there's a really, really talented, super talented DJ on Hot 101 that goes up to 9 o'clock on Wednesdays. But we would like to add a second day to the program. I did a poll. I forgot to do a poll over the holidays. I suppose I could do that this week. But it seemed to be Wednesday night that everybody was happy about. They actually said like more on the 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. kind of time frame, but there are really great DJs on there, and I will never push somebody off for my own benefit. That's their time, and they are very much entitled to it. So but we have not forgotten about Wednesday nights. It is our intent, our continuing intent, to add a second night of this program. Poor George is going to want to throw himself off his deck if I keep saying stuff like that. But we do intend to add a second night to the program, and it will in all likelihood be Wednesdays from 9 p.m. onward. I will have some announcements about new programming, new talk political programming coming to Hot 101. Nearly everything is set in stone, but I don't want to jump the gun. But we do have some folks that you are familiar with from this program who will be joining, and I will tell you more about that in the weeks upcoming. Next week, Randall, I'm going to say goodnight to you, my friend. I love you, and you take care of yourself, and please stay healthy, all right? You and the whole family.
Everybody to join your Facebook group, that other side of information.
Thank you, sir. And the YouTube channel, the Instagram, there's almost no way that you can't find us. You take care of yourself. You stay healthy, and I will talk to you. All right.
Love you, bro.
All right. Take care. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Let me welcome George in. George had a little healthy thing this week, huh?
Yeah, just a
minor little, little root canal.
yeah, just a minor little root canal there.
Yeah, what's a root canal between friends?
Yeah.
Talk about needing to upgrade infrastructure in this country. George got a root canal. Anybody? Canal? He didn't get a railroad. He didn't get an airport. He got a canal. We need to upgrade infrastructure around here. Canals are so 18th century.
It was almost as deep as the Panama Canal.
Felt like it, right?
Oh yeah.
Heard about as much as digging that thing too, didn't it? So yes, George and I are working with some folks that you're familiar with from this program. I guess in network television terms, it would be considered spinoffs. But we will be helping out some folks and bringing you some additional talk programming to Hot 101. And it's folks that you are familiar with from this program. And we are very proud of that. We are really, really proud of that. So George is back and he as well. And I'm very, very happy for that. And it does seem that every time George and I are just about ready to say, all right, cool, we're going to be in the studio together. Another variant of this virus comes. We got through the original. We were going to start working together in person. Then came Delta. We were going to start working together in person. And now Omicron. And now God knows when we're going to actually be in the same space after everything that we did to this.
I think that if we create something like in the Andromeda strain where they had these suits with like the bubble helmets and the gloves, we could possibly do it.
If we did boy in a bubble, if we did radio in a bubble, I think maybe we could do that. It's just crazy though that we really have talked. Gosh, we thought we were going to do this from here when we redid this room
about a year ago.
God, it is a long time ago, and
no, it was.
We still haven't been able to do. We were trying to get fully vaccinated. We did that.
Yeah, it was the spring, I think. Spring week. Yeah, it was like spring week. Came. I think it was before Easter. Was it before or after Easter? I think it was.
That's a great question.
I think it was after Easter. It was July or August, I think.
It might have. Yeah. Regardless, though, it's been a while, and we've done this with the intention, that you were going to come and do the program here, and we'd actually be in the same space, which I think would be a great thing. And it just doesn't seem to. It's just crazy. Something else. What comes next? We're going to get hit with a meteor next. What is coming next? Not that George is in a rush to come down here either. It's a drive. It's not an oppressive drive. I've gotten to George's place in as little as not 20 minutes, but once I get to 33, I've been to your house. I've gotten to your house in as little as 20 minutes. It's not the worst. It's not a terrible drive by any means. I've been to your place, I think, as quick as half an hour. It's not terrible. But not that George is in a rush to drive an hour, every Sunday and come here. And we still need to get to the TCP studios. We promised we would do a program from there as well. That has to come. And one of the projects that April and I are going to work on this year, I don't know if it will come to fruition. I really, really hope it does. Is that we want to find a broadcast space. George and I had this discussion with April, with Lex, offline, that there's this little barber shop for sale here in town. It's got a nice big picture window facing out in the street. I think it would be neat. When I was in high school, I did radio from a station in Easton, Pennsylvania called WEST, West. WEST. They didn't call it West, but that's what it's spelled, WEST. And they were on a building right on Northampton Street in Easton. The building is still there. The station is no longer in it. I believe there's a clothing store in it. And they had two big windows, glass windows, floor to ceiling, as you entered the studios, as you entered their headquarters. And one of the windows, I don't think it actually was both windows, definitely one. They called it the window on the world. And it was at a complete broadcast studio that faced out into the street. And they would broadcast out of it, and people would literally walk by. They would wave, they'd hold up signs. You could hold up, you could make comments and hold up questions and things like that. And I broadcast from there a few times, and I just think it's a very neat idea. It's a very old-fashioned kind of idea, because one of the things about internet broadcasting is you can broadcast from practically anywhere. Well, we would still be doing that, except we would be doing it in a static fixed location that is no longer my house, and I could have my second bedroom back, but with a window where people could see us. And I think it's a connection with community that would be really, really special. And I hope that this year we are able to achieve that. That's a big, big goal. And George, of course, is probably breaking out in a cold sweat at the thought of disconnecting all of this equipment and moving it somewhere, and probably ready to. I'm talking about Wednesday nights and building a studio in a whole new location. He's probably ready to pass out. But that's just some of the things that we're looking at here in 2022. And of course, we're going to be with you throughout 2022. That's the plan. It's a big year. It's a very, very big year. It is year one of the 3-year plan, the 3-year stretch that is going to determine what is left of the American experiment. Congressional election cycle this year also includes legislative positions, gubernatorial races throughout the country. The 2023 odd year cycle, where school boards all across the country will be elected and filled, and judges and so on, election officials as well. And then, of course, the presidential cycle in 2024. Whether the American experiment continues or not will be laid out in the next 3 years. I leave you with this little tidbit before we do our business, our closing business. And I see Randall giving a series of reactions to everything that I'm saying through the Facebook. Well, I'll be interested to see the reactions he gives to this statement. The Canadian government, the government of Canada, our neighbors to the north, jointly, the Labour Party up there, I think they call themselves the Liberal Party up there, and the Conservatives, have been running a series of exercises, scenarios, and simulations. This is a government-wide exercise dealing with the end of democracy here in the United States and what it would mean for Canada. They are literally testing out, through the health ministry, the education ministry, the border, the military, you name it, a Canadian national governmental wide, and in conjunction with the provinces, of course, scenarios and simulations about what would happen to Canada should democracy end here, the United States, here, the cradle of democracy. They're not doing this for fun. They're not doing it to be hyperbolic. They're not doing it because they're bored or because they don't have better things to do. They're doing it because they obviously believe that there is a chance that it will happen, and they want to be prepared. Think about that. Of the 3 major countries that form the North American continent, one of them is practicing for the end of democracy in this country. Think about that this week. We shall return 1 week from tonight. Our guest next week is a congressional candidate from Hawaii. I am so excited. West Virginia tonight, Hawaii next week. The program grows, and we couldn't do it without you. For associate technical producer Lynn Dare, who is also probably broken out a cold sweat at the thought of building a studio and Wednesday night programs, for technical producer George Dare, for our guest Amy Jo Hutchison, for Randall, my dear friend, for Christopher, who called in 2 callers tonight. How awesome is that? We need to increase that tenfold, by the way. We need many, 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 many more callers. For George, for Lynn, for April Riddick, my dear friend, who was here for our roundtable in December, and I hope to have her here much more often. We have a station for her here. And for DJ Lex and DJ Earl at Hot 101, for Andrew, Taekwon Marquise, Whitney, the boss, the real boss, Whitney at TCP, for Kristen, of course, my much better half. I am Jeff Kennedy. We appreciate every single one of you, and we bid you a good night. We bid you to stay well, stay healthy, check on your neighbors, and we shall return live next week at 5 p.m. Eastern. Until then, please take care of yourselves and each other. Good night.